to the 2063 Academy Youth. Okay, sorry. Like Atlas for Development since 2019, along with its partners, sought to build a campaign around the Agenda 2063 and mobilize African youth around Africa. Today, we celebrate with you the third edition of the 2063 Academy, which has mobilized during its two previous editions more than 1,000 youth who have benefited from the training provided by our facilitators and launched their own local campaign to engage with more youth around the continent. So you can find more about our action of the alumni on our website 2063academy.atlasfordevelopment.org. Today, we will have the chance to expand our knowledge on the 2063 agenda in its technical sides and discuss on the African Youth Charter. So thanks to our amazing collaboration with our partners, whom extend our gratefulness, and thanks to accepting this initiative. Thank you, MEPAD, African Union Commission, and Maghreb Economic Forum. Without further ado, I would like to leave the floor to Mr. Simon to introduce himself and his colleagues.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. All protocol observed. My name is Simon Kisira. I hope I'm loud enough. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Hatim, and thank you so much, Sokaina. Thank you for those very inspiring words of introduction. We just had a chat with Hatim, and we agreed that the official remarks will be made hopefully at the end of the session, considering that our principals are held up in various meetings. So there's an English adage that the only constant thing in the world is change. So we are responding to change. Change is inevitable, but it is for our good. African Union Development Agency, and indeed the partners with us, the African Union Commission, Africa Peer Review Mechanism, the Africa Capacity Building Foundation, and others, we are privileged and feel extremely honored to be a part of this journey going forward. As I said, the official remarks will be made at that point. But I think it's important that we already put up front our interest, excitement, and our commitment to journey with you as the youth on this very noble cause. Right from the perspective of demographics, let alone, from a human rights perspective, the youth play an extremely important role in the design, implementation, and indeed the realization of Agenda 2063 goals, targets, and the specific milestones contained therein. So with your permission, Madam Program Director, I'm going to request that we, I don't know whether there will be self-introductions, but I was going to request that my colleagues, with your permission, will introduce themselves and possibly your side as well. And after that, we'll have a one slide just to put ourselves in the picture of what it is that we are aiming to do within these 4 or 5 hours today. So what are the key objectives? And after that, we shall then invite the presenters to start coming in. So I hope that is fine with you, Madam Sokaina, Madam Program Director. If that's acceptable, I'm going to call upon my colleagues to introduce themselves in this order. So I'll call upon Madam Abiola to introduce herself. Madam Abiola, please, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, dear Simon. Good morning. My name is Abiola Shomang. I am with the African Union Development Agency, working specifically in the Program Evaluation and Knowledge Management Directorate. I'm very excited to be here today. I think it is really an important platform in terms of getting buy-in support, advocating, but more specifically, reviewing progress made on Agenda 2063 from a youth perspective. So really looking forward to our engagements. Thank you so much. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Abiola. I will now call upon Madam Boitumelo to also introduce herself. Boitumelo, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Boitumelo Mabusela. I'm working for Knowledge Management Program Evaluation and Centers of Excellence in AUDA as an admin assistant. And also what I'm doing on site is an outreach to universities for advocacy on AUDA NEPAD. Thank you very much. Over to you, Simon.
Thank you very much to me. We then go to Mr. Charles Wangadia. Charles, please, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. And my name is Charles Wangadia. I am a senior policy officer in the Department of Planning in the African Union Commission. It's a pleasure being part of this noble group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wangadia. We then go to Madam Josephine Etima. Please, Josephine, take the floor.
Thank you, Simon. Good morning, colleagues. My name's Josephine Etima, working with the African Union Commission in the Office of Strategic Planning. I'm a senior monitoring and evaluation expert. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Josephine. We'll then have Mr. Wisile. Wisile, please take the floor. Mr. Wisile, are you there? I guess he could be having connection problems. So I suggest, with the permission of the program director, that I hand back over to her for introductions on your side before we proceed, if that's acceptable. Thank you, Program Director. Over to you.
Thank you, dear Simon. I think Sukaina has an issue with her connection. And again, thank you so much, dear colleagues, for being here with us today to give us more information about the Agenda 2063 and to help us unifying our voices around Africa and its development Agenda 2063. Now we will move to our first session on AU reforms. As you know, we cannot speak about the Agenda 2063 without mentioning the African Union, whom His Excellency Mr. Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, was appointed to lead the AU institutional reforms process. So to learn more about this topic, I will leave the floor to Simon, so we can learn more about the EU reforms, which is our first topic to discuss this morning. Simon, the floor is yours, dear.
Thank you very much, Hatim. With your indulgence, I'm going to request that I provide a quick synopsis of the overarching frame that is going to guide our discussions this morning and a good part of the afternoon in just one slide. So if you will, before I invite Mr. Wangadia, I'll present the objectives of our presentation. Kind advice if you see my screen on your side. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have been having a very productive discussion with Mr. Hatim, and we did give a lot of credit to the passion, the zeal, the commitment, and focus he has towards getting the youth in their rightful position in the implementation and reporting of Agenda 2063 we would want to ride on that momentum going forward. So in terms of our objectives today, it's just this one slide. We thought we would want to appraise ourselves on what the political and policy contexts are within the African Union landscape. And specifically here, we would want to mention of the AU reforms and Agenda 2063 being positioned as integral and central parameters in the pursuit of Africa's development objectives and goals. So we would want to bring ourselves up to speed. What is behind the narrative around, the reforms that are going on at the African Union Commission, as well as the key underpinnings around Agenda 2063. Forgive the background noise in my screen. The second one is to provide an orientation on the tools and templates and systems that we are using towards reporting on Agenda 2063. We are putting particular emphasis on reporting because we believe that these efforts that the youth, the Atlas for Development membership is driving, I think we'll find much more traction and mileage if we can leverage on those very pertinent issues which are, currently being looked at by the AU. And evidently, the report on Agenda 2063, which is the second biennial report, will be a key pivot for us to leverage and hook our engagements therein. So we would want to provide you with an orientation of the tools and templates, and relatedly, to also equip you with some of the guidance notes on how you can then participate in the preparation, the validation, and the utilization of the Agenda 2063 biennial report, be it at country level, but also hopefully at regional and at continental level. And the third thing, the last thing then will be to provide an exposition of what kind of pavilions, kind of platforms we have that we would have, we can always use for continuous engagement, support, dialogue, reflection, mutual accountability around the construct, but equally importantly, the implementation of Agenda 2063. We really believe that unless we do this in a very concerted and protracted manner, it cannot be a one-off solution. It needs to be protracted. So what are those platforms and attendant tools we can leverage to have this continued structured engagement going forward? So these are the 4 broad areas that we shall be wrapping our minds around as we make the presentations. And we are hoping that there will be a lot of discussions, maybe within or after each presentation, to allow for further internalization and uptake. So with that, I'm going then to request, with your permission, Mr. Hatim and Madam Program Director Sokina, that I'll then invite my brother, Mr. Charles Wangadia, to lead us into the first presentation on the AU reforms. Yes. Mr. Wangadia, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the permission. Okay.
Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you very much, Program Director, for giving me this opportunity to share with you the African Union reforms. Of course, we cannot talk about successful implementation of Agenda 2063 without looking into the reforms, without looking into the African Union reforms. So this morning, I'll just take you briefly through these reforms. I hope you are in position to see my screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Good. Well, I need to emphasize one thing, and I'm glad that the program director actually hinted on exactly what I'm going to present. Require AU member states reforms, but basically, the need for the institutional reforms of the African Union stems from Assembly Decision 606. And in this decision, a study was requested to be undertaken, particularly in the institutional reforms of the African Union. Of course, the request comes as a result of the challenges that the continent continues to face. And yet we have always believed that this is Africa's moment. But the Union was lacking a clear focus, which made it very difficult to channel resources strategically, so the need for the reforms. So at the summit held in Kigali in 2016, the heads of state of government decided to entrust this study to His Excellency Paul Kagame, just like the program director stated, of the Republic of Rwanda. And the president was tasked to submit a report on the proposed reforms and thus put in place a system of governance capable of addressing the challenges that the African Union faces in the implementation of Agenda 2063. The outcomes of the study, which formed the January 2017 Reform Decision 635, was the identification of the following areas. One of the areas that was identified was focus on key priorities with continental scope, realigning the AU institutions, connecting the African Union to its citizens, managing the business of the AU efficiently and effectively, finance the AU sustainably, and of course, implementation of these reforms. So in light of the above, a reform unit was established in the office of the chairperson to ensure that these reforms are implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me then to take you through these reform areas that were identified, so that I just give an elaboration on each of these reform areas. The first one, focusing on key priorities with continental scope. Under this reform area, the decision items that needed to be undertaken was to focus AU on fewer priority areas, and these included political affairs, peace and security, economic integration, and Africa's global representation and voice. Of course, previously the AU was doing so many things, but it was therefore decided that no, the AU should focus on key priority areas. And these priority areas, we should be in position to realize results other than putting our fingers in all areas and failing to achieve. And then the other one was clarified division of labor among AU, RECs, regional mechanisms, and other institutions. This was also an area that posed a lot of challenges, because there was a lot of challenges that were being faced without AU focusing properly, and the regional economic communities doing all that they thought would be good, and the AU also doing the same. So it was important that there is clear division of labor to ensure that people focus on areas where they have competence. Then the other reform area is realigning the AU institutions, professionally audit bureaucratic bottlenecks and inefficiencies in AU, reevaluate size and capabilities of AU structures, and then review mandates and strengthening the functioning of the PRC, the NEPAD, APRM, and then the judiciary, and then the Pan-African Parliament, and then the Peace and Security Council. So it was important that if the AU is to achieve its goals, then these institutions have to be strengthened and their mandates reviewed. For example, the NEPAD, the outer NEPAD, and then the African Peer Review Mechanism Parliament, which really reaches out to our people in form of legislation. Then the other area of focus was connecting the AU to its citizens. And under this one, the decision items included establishing women and youth quotas and ensure private sector participation. Colleagues, you realize that as we talk, the African Union is not very known to our citizens. So it is important that if we are to work for the citizens, we need to tell them what we are doing. We need to have them participate in decision making. So that's why it was important to ensure that there is establishment of women and youth quotas and also the private sector participation. And then also, particularly this one, establishing African Youth Corps and facilitate culture and sports exchange. We know very well that Africa is endowed with a very big population of the youth. And unless we are in position to harness the youth, then we stand a chance not to benefit from this youth bulge. And then the other one is identifying and providing new continent-wide public goods and services. And then the other one is that member states to make African passports available and engage parliaments, citizens, and civil society on AU reforms. When we talk about the African Free Trade Area, if we don't have passports, African passports, then businessmen cannot conduct their businesses across the continent if they are being asked for visas at every place of entry. So it is important, it was important that there is need to engage member states to make these passports available and also ensure that they work with their parliaments to ensure that the necessary laws are passed to ensure smooth availability of these passports. Then the other one is that the other reform area was managing the business of the other reform area was the finance, the financing of the AU sustainably. And under this one, we're talking about the implementation of the Kigali financing decision fully and quickly, then adopt complementary measures to reinforce Kigali decision. You know, one of the challenges that the African Union faces is the financing of its programs and projects. And we find ourselves sometimes with the challenges of having our programs and projects being sponsored by donors and partners. And of course, this poses a challenge because whoever gives you money will direct you where to put that money. And in most cases, when they give you this money and direct you how to use it, it may not really be to the good of the people. So it was important that the AU is financed sustainably to ensure that its projects are geared towards improving the livelihoods of African citizens. And then, of course, the last reform is the implementation of the reform. And then under this one, the establishment, to establish supervision of reform implementation at head state level, and then also establish reform implementation unit that I have already talked about that has been established in the office of the chairperson. And then also establish a mechanism to ensure legally binding AU decisions are respected. Colleagues, these reforms have been undergoing, and I would like to share with you a few of the areas that have registered progress. One of them is that the working methods of the AU summits have been reformed as follows. Originally, we used to have 2 summits, but now we are having 1 summit a year, and then the other summit will be for the REX. And then also a streamlined agenda for the summit, focusing on only 3 key strategic areas of the Assembly attention has been institutioned. Instead of having so many agenda items on for the summit, now there are only 3, and this, of course, is aimed at ensuring that these few agenda items are focused on, discussed extensively, and come up with credible solutions. And then women and youth quotas. Women 50% by 2025, and then youth 35% by 2025 for posts across the African Union have been established, and recruitment is being undertaken with these quotas in mind. The current restructuring is definitely taking into consideration this fact to ensure that at least by 2025, the AU will have at least 50% of its employees as women, and then 35% as youth. And then following extensive consultations with regional economic communities and other key stakeholders, an issue paper on division of labor has been adopted by the AU Assembly in July 2018. And then an initial review of the Pan-African Parliament and the judicial organs has been completed, and then a more detailed assessment is underway. And then an initial review of the AU partnerships has also been completed. You realize that this AU partnerships is very, very important and crucial. So that when the African Union goes out to talk, we speak as one voice, other than having one country going to meet partners and speaking differently from another country. So it is important that these are consolidated so that the African Union speaks as one voice. And this is what we are talking about when we say AU partnerships. The review of the AU partnerships have been completed. Then the other one is that good progress has also been made with most of the financing of the union reform decisions implemented. And then in 2018, the main effort was operationalizing the new budget process and the golden rules that were adopted in January 2018. And then as a result of the application of the golden rules, the AU budget process has begun to generate more credible budgets and taking into account performance matrices, execution rates, and actual revenue flows. So in preparing the AU budget, what is now being considered is the execution rates over the previous years. And then there is also a requirement for proper planning so that we don't just over budget and then at the end of it all fail to utilize the resources which could have been channeled to other areas. And then the introduction of the finance experts from member states. There has been an introduction of F15 experts. And these ones are basically to oversee the budget process of the AU. And these ones are actually working very hard to ensure that the budgeting process of the AU is credible, to ensure also accountability. And then a new scale of assessment, 2019-2021 was also adopted in 2019 in line with the 2017 AU Ministers of Finance recommendations that caps and minima be introduced to improve all burden sharing, to avoid risk concentration among member states with respect to their annual contributions. Previously, what used to happen was that there were 5 African Union member states, and these ones were contributing 60% of the budget of the African Union. But of course, this posed a challenge. For example, Libya was one of those 5 countries that was contributing heavily. But of course, with the war that broke out in Libya, their finances dwindled, and so they could not finance heavily the African Union. So it was important that no, there should be a reform in this area to ensure that at least all African countries share the burden of financing the AU budget. On the revenue side, 26 countries are still at various stages of implementing of the 0.2% levy. This 0.2% levy is aimed at ensuring that at least Africa can fund its own projects. And this is levied in such a way that African Union member states are encouraged to impose a levy of 0.2% on all eligible imports into Africa. This is aimed at ensuring that at least there is enough resources that can be collected by member states to implement Agenda 2063 projects. And this, as you notice, at least 26 countries are still at various stages of implementing this 0.2 levy. With respect to the AU Peace Fund, since 2017, 54 AU member states have contributed a total of approximately 206 million to the Peace Fund. The member states look at a target of 400. million. So basically, we are moving closer to that to ensure that all this is done in order for the African Union to be in position to finance its own priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to state that implementation of AU reforms has commenced and providing valuable inputs on all areas that require further attention. And these areas that require further attention, of course, include fostering deeper ownership for the reform process across the union and organs at all levels. And this is still a challenge. And as you may know, reform is never easy, and resistance to change is typical of many reform processes. Stronger internal and external communication on the ongoing process will also need to be strengthened so that we can have buy-in of all our stakeholders. And of course, implementation of the AU reforms at the AU will go a long way to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2063, which requires resources, both human and financial. At this juncture, I would like to thank you very much for this kind attention. Back to you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Mr. Charles, for this insightful information about the African Union reform. Indeed, we need reform in deeply to make Africa more prosperous for its population. Maybe we can. Okay, so this is the time to move to the next session. Mr. Simon, the floor is yours.
Very much, Madam Program Director. We value your guidance and leadership on this session. And once again, thanks to Charles, who has painted the picture on the canvas, evidently providing the latitude for us to situate what we are doing within a very solid context. We now want to move one step into now some of the key tools, templates that the African Union is using to operationalize the reforms and indeed in pursuit of its goals and aspirations. So at this point in time, I would want to call upon Madame Josephine to kindly lead us into the next session. Madam Josephine, are you there? Madam Josephine will be taking us now into Agenda 2063. We are pretty sure you have a very good grasp of it, but just so that we are on the same page, we thought a quick synopsis of it, having gravitating more towards the monitoring and evaluation as a window then into the reporting processes that we alluded to. So she's going to kindly lead us through that journey, and then maybe we can open up for any points of clarification and so on. So Madam Josephine, you're welcome. Take the floor. Josephine, in case you're speaking, you're muted. I don't know. We can see your slide, but we can't hear you. Okay, yeah, we can now hear you. Thank you.
Good morning once again. I'm sorry, I think I have the wrong slide, Simon.
It is well. You can use that, I think. It's fine.
Okay.
You can use that, yeah. Just help us put it in PowerPoint more, please.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, I'm going to give you an overview of the monitoring and evaluation framework. Apologies. Of the monitoring and evaluation framework of Agenda 2063. No. just give me a minute. I think we needed the Agenda 2063 overview before the monitoring and evaluation framework. Simon, can you confirm this is the right presentation on the agenda?
No, that is fine. Do you want me to quickly give the synopsis and then you get to this, maybe?
Yes, because I'm of the feeling that we need to have the presentation on aspirations before the M&E framework.
Okay.
Or is it okay for me to go into the M&E framework first?
No. I think you're absolutely right. We could start with the overall agenda
Yes.
and then move into that. So maybe if that's all right with you, sincere apologies, Madam Program Director.
Okay.
We may want to just move one step prior to Madam Joseph's presentation. So if Madam Josephine, do you want me to quickly go through this and then I pass the baton on to you?
Oh, so okay. Let me
Okay,
put back this.
Okay, then I can then take over. I can share sincere apologies.
Maybe.
Okay. So let me know if you can see my screen, please.
Maybe in a few seconds. Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So just to quickly paint, and I hope I'll be pretty brief, considering that I'm preaching to the converted. As I do this, I think one of the objectives of doing this is, yes, to bring each other on the same page, but also to have to start reflecting on what are some of those tenets that we may want to think through, reflect across going forward, considering that the first 10-year implementation plan is coming to an end in the next 2 years. So let us be open in our thinking going forward. So what is the Agenda 2063? We look at this as Africa's long-term development blueprint, one that enables both individual but also collective actions very much within the realm of integration. Africa as a one body, having a common position on many places and having, a stronger voice on the global platform, and having systemic capacities within its own, member states regions to be able to drive its development. So it's a call for action among all sections of the African constituencies, the youth, the women, the children, the elderly, and indeed everybody, private sector, public, everybody coming along to ensure that we have this sustained growth and transformation across the continent. The foundations are around 4 or 5 things. One is the vision of the Union, which is an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, which is driven and managed by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. Again, here we just want to underscore a couple of things. One, there is the notion of prosperous, but also peaceful. So we could underline the notions there. But much more importantly is that we are not looking to the outside to drive us, but this is the time and the moment for us to shape and drive our own narrative, our own development narrative. The second thing there is, second foundation is the 8 priority areas of the Solemn Declaration, and we'll be speaking to them in a moment. The third one is the aspirations, the 7 aspirations. And the fourth one has to do with the regional and continental frameworks. We'll be seeing a few of them just as samples. And then lastly, that the bedrock of everything that we are talking about is the member states' development plans. So this could be the national development plans, they could be the medium-term plans, that everything starts there. And hence the importance for us to provide that weight and importance in understanding and supporting the design and implementation of the member states' plans. Now, the one strong tenet in these foundations is that the construction of Agenda 2063 is very much based on some notion of scientific calibration. Allow me to use that. That is not thumbsucked, but there was a lot of hindsight introspection, insight analysis, but much more importantly then was this futuristic, the prospective analysis, using various scenarios, and various models were used in this regard to be able to structure this into the immediate, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So it wasn't, thumbs-up, but there was some kind of analytical work that underpinned the construction of Agenda 2063. The solemn declaration, the 8 of them, again, apologies for some of the screen not showing very well, but some of them are talking about, the struggle against colonialism and the right to self-determination, the integration agenda. That is a critical point, that while we respect the sovereignty of the 55 AU member states, we also very cognizant that many times the challenges that the member states face, the solutions therein are not necessarily found at member states level. The solutions could be at regional or even better still at continental level. And hence the need for us to work in this integrated manner. Then the notion of the social and economic development agenda, peace and security being a very key pillar in the ideals, democratic governance, the need for us to ensure that the governance that we undertake in our development practices is one that would allow for the participation and indeed equitable, benefit of all the citizens. Determining Africa's destiny, that Africa is actually championing and leading on its destiny, and not the partners or the friends from outside. The friends from outside can journey with us, but they don't need to take the space. And then Africa's place in the world, not being an underdog, but being an equally, strong global player. Some of these ideals are reflected in the 7 aspirations. As you may realize, the overall vision draws a lot from aspiration 1, which is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth. And this is talking about equitable growth, not skewed, equitable growth across, but also growth that is sustainable and not haphazard, not very erratic. The second one has to do with this integrated continent physically, but also on other aspects, which is politically united and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and Africa's Renaissance vision. The third has to do with governance, as I talked about, respect for human rights, democracy, justice, the rule of law, and this underpins all the work that we do, that there needs to be a very strong governance architecture that would ensure that there is proper use of resources. We leverage each other's efforts in a very respectful, mutually reinforcing manner, and indeed that the continent is on the right track. The fourth one is a peaceful and secure Africa. The fifth aspiration has to do with the culture. As Mr. Wangadia mentioned, Africa is endowed with a whole range of, cultural practices, values, ideals, which we profess, and indeed they form our creed as Africans. We need to leverage that. We need to seize the opportunity and turn these into concrete pillars that we would use in our development paradigms. The other element has to do with ensuring that there is systemic capacities, human and institutional capacities for design, planning, implementation, programming of Africa's development, and that these capacities are within Africa. Again, placing a lot of emphasis on women and youth playing a very active role in this space. And then lastly, an Africa that is strong, that is united, that is resilient, and indeed having a significant impact on the global platform. Now, some of the bedrocks of Agenda 2063, as mentioned before, were the continental and regional platforms. And here we just want to also ring in the global platform, which is the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are saying that side by this, we then have to draw a lot from what is existing to operationalize Agenda 2063. So it's not a parallel, but rather it's building upon existing frameworks. So Agenda 2063 then is operationalized through the 5-10-year implementation plan. As mentioned before, the first iteration, 2013-2023, is coming to an end pretty soon, and we will be then formulating the second 10-year implementation plan. So there are the 10-year implementation plans, but there are also other continental frameworks, such as the Comprehensive Africa Development Program, which is specifically on agriculture. There is the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is very much around agriculture. There's the Environmental Action Plan, very much around agriculture. There's the Science, Technology, Innovations Strategy for Africa, STISA 2024, and others. I think there are about 11 or 14 continental level development programs for the continent that this agenda then latches into and builds upon to ensure that there is coherence in what we are doing, but also ensuring that there is totality. We do not leave any of the sector unattended to. It's those frameworks that then provide the basis for constructing the projects and programs. And here we just want to make a particular emphasis on the need for mechanisms of integrated planning, tracking, reporting, reflection, learning, mutual accountability, and this whole notion of making sure that what we do ultimately plows back into what has been planned. And I think that is critical. And then two, the need for systemic capacities to undertake these happenings. So the first 10-year implementation plan can quickly be summarized as follows, that there are the 7 aspirations, but those 7 aspirations then give birth to 20 goals. And we shall not go into all the 20 goals, but if you look at the construction, the 20 goals are largely framed or clustered around 4 broad clusters. The first one is there is a whole set of goals that have a fairly strong inclination towards creation of wealth creation. It's very consistent with aspiration 1, which is talking about prosperous Africa, and very much again consistent with the vision of the Union. So a lot of them have with wealth creation. But we also recognize that it would be not right if we just attended to wealth creation without thinking through the distribution of wealth. So the second tenet has to do with how best this prosperity can be shared and livelihoods transformed in a very sustainable manner. So there are goals such as goals around education, science, technology, innovations, which have that focus, how we position children, women, girls to be able to be a critical cog, a critical part in this configuration, and hence ensuring that there is shared wealth and prosperity. The third one has to do with transformative capacities, very much consistent with Aspiration 6, which talk about systemic human and institutional capacities for planning, for design, for implementation, for audit, for governance, across the whole trajectory. And then lastly, the whole area around Mother Africa. How do we ensure that we take good use of Mother Africa so as to be able to benefit from its proceeds, but also to ensure that the generations after us will sustainably receive equal or even better benefits out of, the environment. I think very briefly this way, I think Madam Josephine wanted us to anchor our discussion. So a construction of Agenda 2060 is as follows, that you have the 7 aspirations, you have the 20 goals, you have 39 priority areas, and you have a set of targets and indicators. So just a quick example here, aspiration 1, the prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development has, I think it has 7 goals, if I remember well. One of the goals is high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being, and it has a number of priority areas. So goal 1 has, I think, 4 priority areas, and we take an example of priority area 2, which is poverty, inequality, and hunger. So the principles, meaning the member states of the African Union, when they were constructing Agenda 2063 first 10-year implementation plan, they set out 4 targets around poverty, inequality, and hunger. They said by 2023, we should have reduced the poverty levels by at least 30% of what they were in 2013. 2, we should have reduced poverty among women by at least 50%. 3, we should have reduced inequality by at least 20%, Gini coefficient. And 4, we should have reduced the levels of the proportion of population who suffer from hunger. And I want to believe this is extreme hunger by at least 80%. That by 2023, there should be very, very few people who are suffering from extreme hunger. The agenda also, the first implementation plan also has a set of flagship projects. They are 15. The 15th one has to be included here. And a number of them, the Continental Free Trade Area, the Pan-African E-Network, the Silencing Guns, the High-Speed Train Network, the Great Museum of Africa, and so on and so forth. I think at some point in time, we shall be speaking to this later. Now, very briefly, in terms of the implementation architecture, and I think I'm coming very soon to an end, the implementation architecture acknowledges 2 things, that whatever we are talking about starts, usually ends with the countries. And hence the need for us to have a very dedicated focus on the mechanisms that are situated within the member states, within the countries. So be it at ministries or departments or agencies within the private sector, the public sector, within the communities, there should be systemic capacities for investment financing, for technological advancements, for planning, for policy formulation, policy review, policy evaluation, for human capital development, for allocation of resources, and so on. Those capacities across the entire spectrum, right from the strategic orientation, the policy and regulatory framework, the implementation arrangements, the partnership architecture, the financing mechanisms, the data, data protocols, the monitoring, evaluation, reporting cycles. There should be capacity across the entire spectrum. Now, that well said, we then realize that there is also need for implementation support that would come in either from the regional, continental, global players. And this support is constructed around 4 broad areas. One is the need then to domesticate Africa's development blueprint within the National Development Plan. So an appreciation embrace that. Speak to that in a moment. 2 is then over and above the internalization and appreciation, that there is a technical process of mainstreaming the development blueprint within the systems and processes of the countries, such as the national development plans. The third element is, again, where we are going to place quite some emphasis on, the whole notion around data entry, data capture, data cleansing, data reporting, and ultimately, hopefully informing knowledge co-creation, debates, learning, reflection, peer support, and that whole cycle. So we would want to place a lot of emphasis on the role of indicators, dashboards, reporting. The fourth element then that the support comes in is how do we strengthen evaluation and accountability mechanisms of countries so as to get the best out of this. Now, ultimately, whatever is done at regional or continental level should be bedrocked by advocacy and informed communication, that there is a communication that is consistent, that is structured, and that will help, to take this process forward. So in terms of the, I'll just briefly make mention of what happens under domestication. Many a time when the heads of state appended their signatures in 2015 on the first 10-year implementation plan, saying this will be the development blueprint. Sometimes the operationalization of that signature could have fallen through the cracks. So what other member states have done is to make sure that there is a cabinet memo on what that country is agreed to do when it comes to Agenda 2063. So there's a meeting where the cabinet reflects around the implications of embracing Agenda 2063 first implementation plan within that particular country. Others have gone ahead, designate focal persons. Others have had parliamentary dialogues on what this animal will mean to them, and others legislations and so on and so forth. On the mainstreaming, as we said, it is really overlaying the continental agenda onto the national development plans and priorities, and making sure that there is synergies, complementarities, harmonization, and alignment, that ultimately then the national development plans espouse the feature components of the continental goals and aspirations. Then the third one is the reporting, the data tracking and cleansing. And I think we shall be spending a lot of time on this particular one, which I think I'll possibly skip for now. I think this is my last slide, I believe, just to remind ourselves that Agenda 2063 is not operating in a vacuum. We take cognizance of the fact that there are already existing frameworks, and there's a need for us then to have very concrete and deliberate measures to leverage those efforts and build synergies with some of them. Part of the legitimacy for doing that has to do with the congruence there is between Agenda 2063 and, for example, the high fives of the FDB. And we see there's a very strong congruence of about 88%, especially at goal level. And Agenda 2063 and SDGs, a very high congruence of about 89%, close to 90% really. And for us, this gives us the basis to ensure that there is complementarity and there is mutual reinforcement, which will enable us as Africa today to take these agendas as one and the same thing. So efforts are underway, especially within the AU-UN partnership framework, that the reporting on SDGs and reporting on Agenda 2063 essentially follows one methodology, one approach, and a set of standard tools and templates to reduce the notion of multiple reporting and the burden on the member states. So this is something that I thought we'll briefly share. Madam Program Director, we sincerely regret this small misnomer between the presentation that is about to come and this particular one. With your permission, Madam Program Director, I may want to hand back over to you for direction, whether the colleagues want clarification now, or you hand over then to the next presenter, Madam Josephine. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Simon. Actually, we had the opportunity to hear some key elements and data. And yes, we are here to feed the curiosity of our youth community. I think we may pass to the questions of our participants. They are curious to know maybe more about the elements we discussed previously, and then to achieve with the next session. Please, dear participants, if you have any question, go ahead. Please raise your hand so I can give you the floor. No questions?
I guess none at the moment, maybe.
Maybe not for the moment, yeah. Yeah, so we can move to the next session with our dear Josephine for the M&E session. So then we can have the question. Dear Josephine.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Simon, for taking us through the introductory part of Agenda 2063. I'm going to give you an overview of the monitoring and evaluation framework and the core indicator handbook. And they are going to be in 2 slides. I think we had to separate them so that we don't repeat certain slides. So following what my colleague Simon has just presented, in 2018, a team of technical experts, what we refer to as the technical working group, that has been designated by the principals of the commission, sat down and developed the monitoring and evaluation framework to guide monitoring and evaluation of Agenda 2063. And they also developed the core indicator handbook. And this process was done in close collaboration with the member states, the regional economic communities, and other African Union institutions. So it benefited a lot from technical guidance from what is actually happening within each of our respective member states in terms of data collection, data analysis, and reporting. Just to quickly give you an overview of the purpose of the monitoring and evaluation framework. In summary, there are 6 main purposes, cross-cutting in nature, but with specific emphasis on particular areas. The first main purpose is to ensure a culture of planning and managing for results, to ensure that whatever is being implemented within the respective institutions, right from the member states to the continental institutions, is actually what has been planned for, and the results that are desired within the specific targets under the various aspirations and goals is what is going to be reported on. The second main purpose of the monitoring and evaluation framework is for accountability purposes, definitely. In the process of reporting and analyzing and preparing the various report packages to our stakeholders, we are actually accounting to the various stakeholders that are interested in the progress made through Agenda 2063. Then also fostering value for money to ensure that whatever resources are being injected within our programs is actually allocated for a purpose, and those desired changes that we would like to see within each of the programs are what eventually we see. So depending on the level of finances that are allocated to the various programs, we will see a proportional amount of results that can indicate that the desired change is actually being realized. Then the fourth purpose is guiding continental value and strengthening national action. The fact that we have a monitoring and evaluation framework that engages all the stakeholders through monitoring for results and engaging their various institutions, their various departments, their national actors, the various sectors, to ensure that there is a feedback process in terms of generating information, preparing reports, and reporting and feeding back into our planning processes. We are actually ensuring that there is that continental network within each of the continental actors, and we are strengthening the engagement with our national actors as well. Then fostering evidence-based learning. You realize that the monitoring and evaluation framework is a guidance framework to ensure that it's outlining the processes that we need to follow, the various principles and processes that we need to follow in terms of monitoring for results under Agenda 2063. And the kind of reports that we are going to generate are actually based on the information that is collected within each of the specific indicators. So we have evidence through those indicators, and we are sharing that knowledge to ensure that we can present to each of the key partners within the continent the various results we are achieving with the kind of programs we are implementing, and that kind of information is easily shared across the board. Then the last one, but not least, is to ensure that we can conveniently boost participation of the various actors in realizing Africa's aspirations, the goals, and the targets. In terms of operationalizing the monitoring and evaluation framework, there are a number of things we need to bear in mind. First of all, you will all realize that the monitoring and evaluation framework is actually an integral part of Agenda 2063 implementation. It is a component that, much as it was approved after the adoption of Agenda 2063, it is embedded within its implementation procedures. There is no way we can say we are implementing Agenda 2063 without focusing on the monitoring and evaluation component of this same framework. Then the the technical working group that I talked about a few minutes ago comprises a number of continental institutions that include the Commission, the African Union Development Agency, the African Peer Review Mechanism, the African Capacity Building Foundation, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the African Development Bank, other UN agencies like the United Nations Development Program, the United Nations International Children's Fund for Education, that is UNICEF. So all the other stakeholders are engaged in this technical working group, and they all participated in ensuring that the Agenda 2063 monitoring and evaluation framework and the core indicator handbooks were as detailed, applicable, and realistic as possible. In addition to the continental institutions, we have all the regional economic communities. They are also part of the technical working group. And the main responsibility of the technical working group is to ensure that we provide an overview, we play an oversight function in terms of guiding the implementation and the various planning, monitoring, and evaluation processes related to Agenda 2063. So we provide technical support in all the respective areas. As Simon mentioned much earlier on, there are a number of processes, including the domestication and the monitoring and evaluation of the national development plans to ensure that these are actually aligned to Agenda 2063. So we ensure that there is that process after domestication of aligning our respective member state national development plans to Agenda 2063. Another important process, which will be explained to us in more detail a little bit later, is that the methodology that the African Union Development Agency and the African Union Commission developed to ensure that we have a more empirical, evidence-based reporting and data entry templates. And you will be introduced to this dashboard, the process and everything a little later. And those processes are what gave birth to the preparation of the first continental report. And we are going to use the same process in preparation of the second continental report with a number of improvements that are ensuring that in preparing the report, we can have a more user-friendly, more elaborative process that can ensure that the reporting of Agenda 2063, much as it's more detailed, is a more inclusive process to ensure that we capture as many experiences within the continent as possible, and also to ensure that we have more member states reporting. In the first alteration, where we had the first continental report, there were about 31 member states, and this time round we are hoping that will at least be over 50 member states that will report on Agenda 2063. And we are also in the process of ensuring that Agenda 2063 first 10-year implementation plan is reviewed. We have a comprehensive evaluation plan in 2022 to ensure that this can enable us have a more informed process of preparation of Agenda 2063 second 10-year implementation plan that is supposed to begin in 2023. In terms of the monitoring and evaluation framework, that's basis. It's generally a basis for assessing performance. It has two main arches, I can say. The first main one is to ensure that we can assess performance. And you'll see that process when we go into the actual data collection process, whereby we are compiling all that data. And the second aspect is to ensure that we can continuously report on the progress that is being made within the respective member states and the regional economic communities. As my colleague mentioned earlier on, the main processes in terms of implementation, planning, monitoring, and reporting take place within the member states. Then we have all the respective regional economic communities. In that, we are referring to the East African Community, the South African Development Corporation, COMESA, IGAD, UMA, ECAS, ECOWAS, and CESAD. All the regional economic communities, they have their respective regional reporting platforms that get information from the respective member states within the regional economic communities. And that information is also input into the biennial reporting process to ensure that in addition to reporting at the respective member state levels, we are also aggregating this information and getting a regional perspective of what is happening within each of the regions in terms of Agenda 2063. And this also is discussed within the respective regional platforms that review their regional development frameworks. Then the other component is the continental one, where we have all the continental reporting platforms that include the African Union Summit, the specialized technical committees, the various organs within the African Union commissions that sit to discuss and review the respective reports that are received in consultation with representatives from all the member states and regional economic communities. And all these then give rise to the biennial progress reports that we will be preparing after every 2 years. The first one was prepared and submitted to the 2020, the African Union Summit in 2020. And the second one is going to be submitted to the African Union Summit in 2022. But preparation processes are ongoing to ensure that at least by October, November 2021, we have the second continental report ready to be presented to the African Union Summit in 2022. I'm not going to go into details of this slide just because I think my colleague Simon gave us a detailed presentation of it. It gives us the implementation processes within each of the respective member states, and then the nature of support that the respective continental institutions provide to ensure that implementation of Agenda 2063 is actually engaging all the actors, and it's being done in specific phases to ensure that one phase leads to another in terms of domestication, then in terms of ensuring there's that alignment with the national development plans, and then ensuring we have the reporting process, evaluation, and the advocacy, which is ongoing. And then to give you a more detailed indication of the various reporting processes at the regional level, we have the regional economic, the AU ministerial and heads of state summits. We have the regional platforms, we have the regional civil society platforms, and the private sector platforms. And all these are looking at and discussing the regional and national experiences within their region and assessing whether these experiences have actually resulted in the kind of regional benchmarks that they had desired to see in their respective regional economic communities. And this definitely feeds into the overall continental experiences and is discussed in the continental platforms where we have the technical sector level ministerial conferences, we have the subcommittees, and for Agenda 2063, the specific subcommittee that is responsible for discussing its implementation is that of finance and economic planning. Then we also have the African Union heads of state at the continental level. That's when we have the respective summits. At the moment, we have two summits. The main summit in June, sorry, I beg your pardon, the main summit in January or February of each year, and then another summit, which is more of a coordination summit for the regional economic communities in June or July. So that's the nature of the summits that are held at the continental level. And these all benefit from the feedback mechanisms that are created within each of the platforms. And then these mechanisms contribute to the discussion and sharing of experiences of the biennial reports. And you realize from here, everything originates from the member states and goes back to the member states, because the main implementation actors are actually our respective member states. In terms of convergence of Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals, you realize that there are a number of areas where we have these two main frameworks converging. First, in terms of coherent and consistent messaging, the African Union Commission and the United Nations have a joint framework that is encouraging ensuring that the two framework documents are actually implemented in a way that we don't overburden member states, in a way that we ensure we are relaying the same kind of messages to the respective member states and regional economic communities, to ensure that we have standardized approaches and tools for domestication, planning, and monitoring and evaluation. For instance, we have a specific set of indicators for Agenda 2063, and we have a specific set of indicators for the Sustainable Development Goals. But there is a high level of convergence of these indicators in terms of content. It may not be complete content, but you find that in terms of the sectors they're addressing, the language that is being used, even the kind of data that is being used in some of the areas is completely the same. Then there could be some differences, mainly because of the aspect that is being discussed. Another area that we also ensure that there is a lot of alignment between the two framework documents is agreeing on coordination among the partners in provision of implementation support. You realize that the nature of programs that are being implemented are continuously similar, to ensure that we achieve the same kind of results under the various framework documents. And this diagram below just shows us that in terms of the goals, because they are much broader, there is a 90% convergence between Agenda 2063 and the Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals. Whereas at target level, we have a 69% convergence. And this is mainly because the different agenda have different time frames over which we expect those targets to be realized. And also in terms of Agenda 2063, there is also an additional emphasis on issues to do with peace and security, issues to do with culture, that may not necessarily be, that are actually not presented in Agenda 2030. So there is that difference because of some aspects that are more specific to the African continent. In terms of the various documents that have been prepared to guide implementation, monitoring, and reporting on Agenda 2063, we have a number of them. The first one here with the beautiful child is the first continental report, and each of the aspirations around that face of Africa. And then the monitoring and evaluation framework is in the middle. That's the document that guides our monitoring and evaluation processes. And then we have the core indicator handbook. Oops, sorry. I was just going through the core indicator handbook that gives us a profile of the specific indicators. I'll give you a bit of a detail of that just in a few minutes. Then we have the technical guidance notes that provide you the kind of guidance, the steps you need to follow in terms of generating the data entry template that my colleague Simon is going to give us a more detailed presentation about. And this at the bottom is a presentation that gives us the kind of report that we eventually generate within the respective member states. And this is consolidated to get the continental report. So that is all in terms of a brief of the monitoring and evaluation framework. I was of the view that maybe I should give you a brief on the core indicators before I can hand back to you, Program Director. Is that okay?
Yes, please. So maybe if our participants have any specific questions, you can write them and I can deliver to our dear panelists.
Okay, can I go to that just to give you an overview of the core indicators?
Of course, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think it's that one. Okay, I'm going to be quite, oops, I don't know what has happened. Okay, just to give you an overview of the core indicator handbook. Again, the technical working group went through a process of ensuring that we select specific indicators to guide the reporting process of Agenda 2063. Overall, a total of over 200 indicators had been outlined under all the aspirations. That's the 7 aspirations, the 20 goals, and the 39 targets and the priority areas. Over 200 indicators had been selected. However, it was realized that that was going to be so cumbersome a monitoring and evaluation framework, and another process of ensuring that we pick out some indicators that are overarching in nature, that will give us a feel on all the aspirations that overlap also with Agenda 2030, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, are selected so that they are representative of the progress. They can give us an indication of the kind of progress that we need to see within the continent. So that process of ensuring that a selection of indicators is carried out was the very first process. And this enabled us to ensure that we have 66 core indicators to begin with, and later we reviewed the number to 70 core indicators. So we currently have 70 core indicators but these are representative enough to ensure that the kind of indicators we have are sufficient to give us an overall representative information on the progress of implementation of Agenda 2063. And another area of focus was to ensure that all the flagship projects that my colleague Simon presented a little bit earlier are captured. Another area to ensure that we select the the rightful indicators was ensuring that these indicators are actually giving us results at impact level, not at a lower level. So you see that the indicators that are selected within the core indicator handbook at impact level performance that is being determined. The second main...
My apologies, Josephine. Are you sharing screen? At least I'm not seeing it on my side. I don't know that it's just me.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was sharing it. Let me share it. Give me a minute. Can you see it now?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, my apologies. I thought I was sharing it.
Me too.
Okay. Okay, I was just mentioning the very first process of selecting 66 indicators out of the over 200 indicators that we had. And then the second process was to ensure that we have a standardization process in terms of profiling all of the indicators. We have a measure of standardization to enable comparability within the respective member states. And in that process, the core indicator handbooks gives an elaboration of the specific indicator. It gives you more of a description of that indicator, what it really is. It gives you a process of calculating that indicator. It gives you a process of how you are expected to report on that indicator, whether you need to provide the information at national level, whether you need to disaggregate it. Again, in terms of disaggregation, I think Simon will give us more details. It will also give you the various data collection challenges that you may realize as you're collecting that data. And this is to help as much as possible in ensuring that within the respective member states and regional economic communities, we are conveying the same message, we are applying the same procedures, so that it's quite easy for us, once we get that information, to present the same kind of information and to compare it as much as possible. And definitely it's a guidance document, because when it's giving you all the processes, it's outlining the data collection and computation processes, that is offering the kind of guidance that any of us would need while collecting that data. The core indicator handbook, in terms of data collection, gives you a guide in relation to the first 10-year implementation plan. It's also a toolkit that all member states and regional economic communities can use as conveniently and appropriately as possible. It gives you the details of all the 70 Agenda 2063 core indicators, and you will realize that on the right-hand side, there is another column that will indicate the corresponding Sustainable Development Goal indicator that is aligned to that specific indicator of Agenda 2063. So at times when we have a situation whereby the data collection for sustainable development goals has already been collected, it's acceptable to pick that data, so long as it is the same process of computation and it has the same meaning, you can apply it for Agenda 2063. And even in terms of proxy indicators, in case there is no other process to use, you can still use the Sustainable Development Goal data. And it also provides a process of quality assurance. Definitely the fact that all the processes, whatever errors you're likely to find within the member states are outlined, it's another mechanism to ensure that a level of quality assurance in terms of reporting on the indicators is being carried out at the respective member states and regional economic communities. I'll quickly give you an overview of the structure of the core indicator handbook. The very first row is the aspiration. Unfortunately, I can't see it, but I hope you can see it. So we are currently presenting a slide on aspiration 1, goal 1, which is a high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being. And under that goal, we have 3 priority areas, but for the sake of presentation, we only picked 2. So within the 2 priority areas, sorry, I beg your pardon, within the 2 priority areas, we then go further at a lower level to outline the respective targets that are being considered within those, within the priority area. And the core indicator handbook replicates what is in the first 10-year implementation plan. So you realize that once you're using the core indicator handbook, it would be nice even to have a copy of the first 10-year implementation plan, so that in case you may not have sufficient information in terms of the process of alignment, you can still refer to the first 10-year implementation plan so that you can see the strategies that were anticipated for you to implement within the respective programs in terms of realizing those targets under the respective priority areas. So in the core indicator handbook, you will find that arrangement whereby right from the goal, we go to the priority area, we go to the targets, and it's a replica of what is within the first 10-year implementation plan. Then we have the indicator. And I'm aware, and a number of us are aware of what the indicators are. These are measures of progress. They give us an indication of the measure of progress that is being, that can be realized under that specific target. And right over here, we have the corresponding Sustainable Development Goal indicator. And it's referenced the way it's referenced in the Sustainable Development Goal indicator handbook. So we just have the numbers. So for the incomes, jobs, and decent work, we have increase in the first target will be increase in the 2013 per capita income by at least 30%. And when we say by at least 30%, our target is actually the end of the first 10-year implementation plan, which is 2023. For some indicators, there would be an indication of whether it's that change is desired maybe by another year apart from 2023. And if that is specified, then you also realize it. But most of the targets actually refer to a target of 2023. Then the specific indicators again, you'll see in the core indicator handbook are defined in more detail, and they elaborated just as you can see in the next slide. We have the first row is that indicator itself, then the second is the reference. And the very first 4 digits, the first 4 digits of the reference relate to the first 10-year implementation plan. So A1 means it's aspiration 1, goal 1, target 4. Target 4 is in the first 10-year implementation plan. And we should have been having a P there, meaning it's either P2 or P3, and that again is in relation to the first 10-year implementation plan. Then I5 means it's indicator 5. Within your core indicator handbook, the list of indicators you have, it's the 5th indicator. Then under the description, you have the definition of that indicator, clarification in terms of providing additional insight of what that indicator is, then a computation formula to guide us to ensure that we are applying the same formula on computing the respective indicators. And it will also give you disaggregation by, it will give you any other challenges that we anticipate you realize while collecting data on Agenda 2063 for that specific indicator. So that gives us an overview of the core indicator handbook, and it's a guidance that we have translated. Not only that one, but all the documents we have endured that we translate them into all the African Union languages, that is French, Portuguese, Arabic, and now we are having Spanish. So we are going to, the Spanish versions have not yet been got, but all the other 4 versions of the translated documents are already there. Thank you. Over to you, Program Director, in case we have.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear Josephine. It was so insightful from you to have these all these elements. Maybe we are moving to the question and responses session. Please, dear participants, if you have some or many specific questions, please go ahead. The floor is yours, but just raise your hand. Hatem Natmani, maybe our dear head.
Thank you so much, Sukaina, and thank you so much, dear colleagues, for this wonderful presentation. I have taken so many notes because it was so interesting to hear all about the Agenda 2063 indicators, especially, and the EU reforms. I may have some just small remarks and maybe some questions as well. For the EU reforms, thank you so much, dear Charles, for the presentation on the EU reforms. And I totally agree with you. We definitely need to popularize more about the reforms of the within the African Union, because sorry, although we are aware that the president of Rwanda has led the institutional reforms, yet we are not that aware about what kind of reforms His Excellency Paul Kagame has done or has proposed to the African Union institutions, and more importantly, whether these recommendations will be taken into consideration or not. And you spoke about the role of regional economic communities in this EU reforms. I would love to know how that was exactly, because I think that the involvement and the contribution of the regional economic communities is a very important and vital aspect to the reform of the African Union institution. And you spoke about something really important, I think, for us all. It's money, which is the budget. And we all know that the EU budget depends on external funding, not internally, because not all EU countries are willing or they can contribute financially to the AU budget, which don't you think make it more bit difficult to have this independency status of the African Union institution? Regarding regarding the Agenda 2063, thank you so much, dear Simon. I think you have emphasized an important word, which is equity and equitable growth. We tend to speak about equality, but not all member states, countries in the African Union, they are on the same footsteps when it comes to growth. So equity, absolutely necessary. For the monitoring and evaluation, I think when we talk about domesticating the Agenda 2063, in my humble opinion, I think we need to popularize more the Agenda 2063, maybe by including in a direct sense and in a direct way the citizens. And when we're talking about promoting the Agenda 2063, I think this session serves as well as a platform to promote this Agenda 2063. For the data, I think since we like more than 89% of the indicators, I guess, there is a congruence between Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. I think that the data may be more easy to do, especially for countries that are doing a yearly progress report on achieving the SDGs. I think for the Moroccan case, we do have a report each year on sorry, on indicators and on the progress of achieving the Agenda 2030. And I think also this will serve as a basis to have as well the progress report for the Agenda 2063, hopefully this year as well. This is a general remark, because what I really love about the Agenda 2063 is that it's specific. Not as, for instance, the SDGs, when we speak about by 2030, we need to have like equal and good education access with quality to everyone. But in Agenda 2063, we are specific. We said at least by 30%, at least by 20%. And I think that this specificity is a very important, because we take into consideration the African continent. We are vibrant, it's changing. Yes, we face many challenges like coup d'etats, like hunger, like disease, but we are every time we are really changing. And I think that this 10 years, each 10 years implementation program is really intellectual, in a sense that it takes into consideration the current and the situation, the status quo of the African Union. So these are my remarks and my questions. Thank you so much. Back to you, Program Director.
Thank you, dear Hassim. You had emphasized the challenging space here in Africa, and maybe we will give the floor to our dear panelists to maybe reword your questions, or maybe emphasizing some more details on your remarks. We have also Fatoumata Jarvi. We have a question here. Dear Fatoumata.
Hello guys, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Fatoumata, if you can speak up so we can hear you.
Oh. Can you guys hear me now? Is it good now?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, okay. Hello, good morning. My name is Fatoumata. I'm from the Gambia. I will first of all African youths to learn about the development plans and how we can do our quarter.
Sorry, Fatoumata, we have lost you a little bit. Yes.
Hear me now?
Yes, yes, perfect.
Okay. I'm saying that I totally agree. I want to thank you guys for organizing this platform for us to learn and to know more about the 2063 agenda, because it's not polarized. It's not being, a lot of people don't know about it in Africa, especially the youth. So I want to thank you guys for this platform. My question is, I totally agree with Hatim on the financial aspect of implementing this 2063 agenda. We know that, like you said, the AU is depending more on external donors and external finance. And secondly, how are we going to, oh, sorry about that, I think there is a jet plane passing. Yeah, sorry about that. How are the African leaders going to take this plan seriously, and is there any measures put in place by the African Union to make sure that these 10-year plans have been implemented and the citizens are directly participating in it? Because we know that, like, most of the time when recommendations are made by the EU, not every African nation follows it. And this is something that needs to change. Like the citizens of Africa need something new. We are in the 21st century. So is there any mechanism put in place to make sure that these various African leaders are actually taking this into consideration? And how is there any second plan of funding? Because we cannot be dependent on external donors, external finances, because it is going to have consequences, and we are seeing it in these various African countries. Thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you, Fatoumata. So maybe, do you still have a question, Fatoumata? I saw you had a raised hand. Okay. So maybe dear Simon or our dear panelists, would you please react to?
Thank you very much. We know we possibly don't have a lot of time on us, so I request my brother Charles Wangadia to, because I think that was the main question. The other were more of comments, which we entirely agree with. So the issue around financing and the role of the RECs. Charles, are you available to provide some reflections, Charles? Charles? Okay, in the absence of Charles could have dropped off.
Simon.
Yes, Charles, carry on.
Sorry, I was muted and I could not unmute myself. But again, sorry, I kind of missed the questions because my internet was unstable. If you don't mind, can you please come again? Sorry, my internet was breaking. I couldn't get the questions on reforms.
If I may summarize briefly, of course, Hatim was very much in agreement with the need to popularize the agenda and so on. But within the reform agenda, he wanted to know two basic things. One is the role, the value, the involvement of the regional economic communities in this whole construction. And the second one was, the budget issue. And again, Madam Fatoumata has just re-echoed those sentiments. How can Africa get to a point where we are eventually moving out from external financing? How do we enforce the decisions that are coming out of, for example, President Kagame's, study? So those are the two broad questions that I request that you address. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, and I pray that my network does not disappoint me. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. But again, on the issue of the REC's involvement in the AU reforms, you know, previously the challenge has been that what the AU is doing, also the REC does, and there is no division of labor. So we find ourselves doing the same thing, but with very little results or no results at all. And yet we know very well that the role of the RECs is to do some kind of implementation because they are closer to the member states. And so the reforms basically are calling upon the RECs to do more and for the AU to relinquish some of its work to the regional economic communities, to the member states. So this summit that calls for the RECs coordination summit, therefore, is specifically to address those issues so that the RECs can coordinate within themselves and say, this is what we are doing, especially if it comes to the implementation of Agenda 2063, particularly when it comes to the flagship projects of Agenda 2063. Some of these flagship projects are implemented at country level. For example, when we talk about the high-speed train connecting all African capitals together, which talks about ensuring that at least there is a high-speed train line that runs from South Africa to Cairo and connecting Djibouti to, let's say, Gambia, connecting the south and the north, and then the east and the west. These are projects that have a regional component in them. And in order to implement them, there is need for the RECs to coordinate and see how these projects are implemented. So basically, that is the role of the RECs, to ensure that these projects are coordinated. And for them to do that, they need to sit on a table, on a round table, and say, if we are to build a rail line that connects East Africa, for example, and then it also has to connect the southern part of it, the East African community, therefore, need to sit together with the SADC community to come up with ways on how to implement some of these projects. So the RECs coordination meeting is basically geared towards that. And we cannot achieve this implementation of agenda successfully without bringing the RECs on board. That's why they need to work together to ensure that these projects are implemented. The other issue, if I got it right, was about the financing. Of course, I talked about the F-15 experts. These F-15 experts the AU Assembly decided that there should be a committee of ministers of finance drawn from the different regions of the continent. We have those regions, the 5 regions, the Eastern region, Southern region, Northern region, Western region, and the Central region. So each region has a representation of the ministers of finance. So these ministers of finance, of course, are helped by finance experts from those respective countries. So these finance experts came up with this, the summit came up with the idea of ensuring that in order to sustain Africa, financing of Africa, there is need to have the 0.2% levy. This 0.2% levy on all eligible imports is in one way or the other expected to raise a lot of money that can finance these projects that we are talking about. And this levy calls upon African countries to levy a 0.2% on all eligible imports into Africa. For example, if Uganda is importing some items from outside of Africa, then there should be that 0.2% levy on those imports. And these imports, when this levy is put, then the money is supposed to be consolidated in a fund, which fund can then therefore send, transmit the money to the African Union. And this is expected to generate substantial amounts of money to finance Agenda 2063 and other AU programs. But again, on the other hand, there is also a domestic resource mobilization strategy for the implementation of Agenda 2063. unless these other AU agendas that we have always had did not have a domestic resource mobilization strategy. The African Union Agenda 2063 has a domestic resource mobilization strategy. And this resource mobilization strategy is aimed at also ensuring that resources are generated for implementation of Agenda 2063. I'll invite you to look at that document. It's quite a huge document, but in brief, it also looks at ways where monies can be saved to implement the projects. For example, we know very well that a lot of money is lost through illicit money transactions on the continent. A lot of money goes into corruption and all that. But we are saying in this resource mobilization strategy that if some of the loopholes in these areas where money is lost are planned, then we can have money that we can save to implement Agenda 2063. There was a study by, I think, the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, which highlighted the fact that over 500 billion USD is lost in Africa through corruption. So this resource mobilization strategy encourages countries to at least try as much as possible to ensure that there are strong anti-corruption laws to at least save these monies that are lost. Quite a number of issues that are highlighted in this resource domestication strategy. So basically, resource mobilization strategy. So basically, I will invite you to read that domestic resource strategy that helps to finance the implementation of Agenda 2063. The other one talks about also the pension funds that are in Africa but are managed outside of the continent, and yet they generate a lot of interest and all that. So it's a wide range of issues that are covered in this domestic resource mobilization strategy that is aimed at ensuring that resources are collected to implement Agenda 2063. Thank you, Chair. I'm back to you, Simon, and Program Director.
Thank you so much, Mr. Charles, for the clarification. Maybe we don't have more time. So if we have a quick and small question to our dear, and then, yeah, I mean, questions maybe. So I mean, say that since 2013 we started the conception and the implementation of the 2063 agenda. Now we are 2021. So what are the main activities or programs that are being implemented or took place in the African region? What are the main activities or maybe programs that took place in the African region? Thank you. Thank you, Amin, for the question. Dear Simon, or maybe...
Thank you very much. Yes, Madam Josephine, I saw your hand up. Do you want to respond to that? Is that all right, Josephine?
It was a question from our participant, Amin.
Yes, yes. And I'm requesting Madam Josephine to respond to that question.
Yeah.
What are the major programs that Africa has put in place towards pursuing its goals, targets, and aspirations that are encapsulated in Agenda 2063, First 10-Year Implementation Plan? Madam Josephine, some reflections?
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Thank you, Program Director, and thank you for that question. It's actually quite general, but I'll give you just an overview. I'm sure you're aware of a number of programs that have been taking place, but I'll just maybe focus on the flagship projects. The time I put up my hand, I needed to just add additional information in relation to Madame Fatoumata's question. And based on what my colleague Simon said, I needed to add that in 2020, 42% of the AU budget was actually met by member states, and partners met the 58%. So, and that's because of the installation of the financing the union reform, which Charles just talked about, the 0.2% levy. And with that progress, because I know in the previous years it was probably less than that, but in 2019 it was even higher. It was almost 50% that was funded by member states. So member states are actually taking Agenda 2063 programs more seriously. Now, in relation to the question that was raised in the chat, we have a number of programs. The flagship projects, I'm sure a number of us have heard of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And that is mainly to ensure that there is a boost of economic activity within the continent by a number of bills that are being raised, mainly to free the tariffs that are instituted within member states in the continent. So this alone has an ultimate goal to ensure that the volume of transactions across the continent is much higher than the level of transactions that we carry out with maybe Europe or America or other Asian states. Definitely it's a challenging environment, but considering the bills that are being agreed to within the continent, the ultimate goal is to ensure that we can trade much easier, we can trade more in a more friendly manner within the continent, and in a more flexible manner. You realize that when you interrogate the targets and the core indicators further for the African Continental Free Trade Area, there is a level of non-tariff barriers that are being advocated to be reduced. So those are some of the areas that our energies are being focused on. Then in terms of the living standards, a number of programs to ensure that people's welfares are actually improving. The very first aspiration that talks of a prosperous Africa, and it relates a lot to our vision. We have a number of programs to ensure that there are increased jobs, to ensure that people are feeding better in terms of modernization of agriculture. The various frameworks that my colleague Simon talked about, the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, that's the CAADP, are ensuring that our agricultural processes are actually more mechanized, they are more modernized, and the ultimate production levels within the respective member states are increasing on an annual basis. We also have programs that focus on health enhancement. We have the African Health Strategy that ensures that all member states within the continent allocate a certain amount of the budget. I think it's currently 10% to improving their health system and health structures. Of course, not all member states may have reached that target, but that is the vision. And on an annual basis, there is that continuous discussion within the Specialized Technical Committee on Health to ensure that member states are reminded of what is desired of them, and even an assessment to see those that are really lagging behind are cautioned to take the corrective measures. Unfortunately or fortunately, we had the corona pandemic and we still have it. So we realized that with this pandemic, a number of member states have actually invested more money in terms of ensuring that the health systems are improved. So there are a number of continental frameworks that have been instituted to ensure that there is that annual or biannual review of the progresses. And when you look at the continental reports, you will actually appreciate what is happening in terms of Agenda 2063 more, because it has a section that the main achievements within the continent are highlighted. And even there is that component that talks of what is happening within the respective member states and how they arrived at the improvements that are being seen within the member states. So those specific improvements sort of give us the learning and the motivation to ensure that adaptations are carried out across the continent. There are a number of areas. I'm not going to talk about peace and security because in the last report, definitely one of the areas that came up very well done was peace and security. And that was mainly because all member states do have national peace councils. But we also had queries in that regard. And that is one of the areas that continued to lead us into revising our core indicators to 70 instead of the 60 that we had before. So we have a number of programs that are ensuring that Agenda 2063 is not a hanging framework without specified programs or specified strategies within our member states and the regional economic communities. The programs are actually there, and the guidance structures, even the various charters, to ensure that there is that continued monitoring and assessment of what is happening within the member states are existent. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Josephine, for all the clarification. Maybe, okay. Maybe our first session to end, so we will back to the session at 12, if everyone is okay with this.
Sorry, to clarify, you're saying we are breaking for, are you saying you're breaking for 45 minutes or something like that?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, well, I see a hand from Fatmata. I don't know whether you want to take that hand or...
Yes, of course. I didn't see the hand, but yes, we can take it. Fatoumata, do you have any question or remark?
I have a question, just a follow-up question on. Can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Okay, just a follow-up question on what Madam said on the progress of the 2063 agenda. I just want to say, like, how most of the time when these things are being implemented, the citizens are not being included directly. Right now, if you walk on any, sorry, 1 minute, there's a jet plane passing. I will mute first.
Okay. Okay. It's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm really sorry about that. I'm in a city where there is jet planes passing all the time, so sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying that the madam talked about the appreciation of or the improvements or the efforts being made on this 2063 agenda. But I feel in my personal opinion that the progress is really slow. That if we walk on the streets in any African country right now and ask citizens directly, what has the 2063 agenda, did it have any impact in your day-to-day life? I'm sure the answer will be first, I don't even know what 2063 agenda is. And second, I'm not seeing any progress being done in any sector. It might be there, but it's slow. How is there any strategies or mechanism put in place where citizens are themselves are being involved in these developments, are being involved in these structures and institutions, and at least for them to see that there is something called 2063 agenda? Is there any progress being made to sensitize the general African public about the 2063 agenda, what it entails? The madam talked about the different languages that are there, the AU languages, that is English, French, Spanish. I totally agree we all speak in English, French, or Spanish, but is there any ground level where these things are being brought down to the layman, the farmer who cannot speak English, the student, or any other person that is being part of the African public? Is there any efforts being made in that aspect? Thank you very much.
So thank you, Fatoumata, for the question. Dear panelists, any of you would like to react or give some reflection on this? Dear Josephine.
Yes, thank you. In terms of programs, the reason it's important that we continue engaging our citizens as much as possible is because Agenda 2063 is not in isolation. We need to realize that as a framework document, actually, it's implemented through the national development plans. And each of the member states have national development plans that are aligned to Agenda 2063. So when we are talking about the progress in Agenda 2063, those are actually the programs and strategies that member states align to realizing the aspirations that would like to see in Agenda 2063. Now, what is critical here, and I really appreciate what Madame Fatoumata is saying and where she's coming from. The most important is to convey the message of the alignment within each member state when we are implementing our programs. How is this aligned to Agenda 2063? What is the relationship between our National Development Plan and Agenda 2063? And engage the citizens in understanding that as much as possible. When we had the introductory session on Agenda 2063 that my colleague Simon presented, the very first process was the domestication process and internalization. And that is mainly done with a cross-section of representatives in a country, including parliamentarians, the civil society, academicians. There are various fora in which these representatives are engaged and they discuss Agenda 2063. Then the next stage is that alignment with each of our respective national development plans. And that process of aligning is actually ensuring that this is the program that we are implementing. How is it aligned? How does this actually help us to realize our goal in Agenda 2063? So it's not specific programs, different programs. I know I talked about the flagship programs, but again, you'll realize that those particular programs are actually within each each country's national development plan. So it's the continuous advocation to make people realize that our national development plan is actually the implementation arm of Agenda 2063. And this is a process whereby we need to continuously engage all the various fora, including the civil society, I mean, the civil personnel down there. We do have a number of fora whereby we are discussing, I beg your pardon, that was an interruption, where there are discussions going on with the respective civil society organizations in terms of informing the civil society about the progress in relation to Agenda 2063. We do have a Department of Information and Communication that has generated a number of advocacy materials, right from billboards, right from TV channels, and even the advocacy to ensure that they go right to the grassroots, the common personnel, and ensure that discussions are ongoing in terms of letting them know that the programs that are being implemented actually are part of the Agenda 2063 framework. So it's a knowledge sharing process that all actors need to take seriously in informing the general public. Because for instance, when I talked about the African Health Strategy, it doesn't mean that the African Union goes and constructs hospitals. No, the African Health Strategy is referring to the hospitals within each of the respective member states and advocating for governments to inject a certain percentage of their budget, maybe 10% of that budget, to improve the hospitals within their member states. So once that is done, you're achieving the results that we need to see under Agenda 2063. I hope that's clear. And then in terms of languages, yes, I know we have the AU languages, and normally I don't know if what I understood was how are these communicated to the local communities. I think this is something that needs to be taken up by the respective governments. We do have ministries such as finance and planning that Agenda 2063 is embedded in terms of ensuring the respective planners, monitoring and evaluation experts actually engage in processes of informing the general public. So within those processes, they should be able to liaise with the responsible departments, responsible agencies, to ensure there is that process of translating whatever information is needed into the local language, so that we don't leave out the local population, because that aspect is also critical and it's appreciated under the Agenda 2063 framework as well. I hope I've answered your question adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Josephine. Maybe if you don't mind, let's have a 10 minutes break and then move to the next session about the orientation on data entry analysis and visualization, and then orientation on the Agenda 2063 digital platform. If everyone agree for this, we will have 10 minutes break and then get back to the session.
Thank you very much. 10 minutes, we shall be ready. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you. Thank you.
Agenda 2063 is a continental development blueprint for the African continent that talks of the aspirations of the African people. And the youth role in it is specifically mentioned in Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063 that talks of a continent where development is people-driven, relying on the potentials of the women and youth and caring for its children. The agenda prefaces the issues regarding youth quite widely, and youth are really recognized in terms of what they can offer in terms of development, in terms of participation. The agenda talks of a full implementation of the African Youth Charter, which is a rights-based framework for the development and social and empowerment of. Right now, we are just finalized the development of an African Plan of Action for Youth Empowerment, which we call the APAYE, acronymed APAYE, with critical measures and issues that foreground young persons' development. This includes the issues of education and skills development, employment, entrepreneurship, participation and empowerment, and also the issues regarding mental health. In the implementation of this Agenda 2063 and also the African Youth Charter, we are also talking about what concrete steps young people can benefit from in terms of reaching 1 million young people by 2021 with concrete opportunities in the areas of education and skills development, in the areas of employment, in the areas of entrepreneurship, and also in the area of engagement. So we are calling upon young people to be engaged. We are calling on investments to be done to facilitate youth participation, youth empowerment, and youth skills development. Agenda 2063 also talks of a skills revolution underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. It is only through this that we will be able to facilitate young persons, Africa's young people's participation and impact in the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you.
very proud of Hatem and the entire team. In Africa, I think we are blessed because we have this creativity, because we are used to a lot of obstacles. So youth are creative because they know how to go around the obstacles, but we have to give them more knowledge about science to transform this creativity into innovation.
Thank you to Atlas for Development for organizing this very important event.
To say that it has been really inspiring to hear the summary and takeaways of the different sessions of this edition. You made my day.
As young people, as young leaders, it is less important to see ourselves in positions, but rather to envision the kind of change and transformation we want to bring about. So not focusing so much on what we and who we want to become, but rather the kind of influence we want to drive.
It's also up to us as the older generation to step aside. We have to learn because we prepare ourselves so much to enter, but we don't prepare our much to exit. And that is a big challenge on the continent, that we need to know when it is time to move on and leave it for the young people to step in.
I believe is to give you the space to learn implementable skills, to express your ideas, so that you can effectively participate in creating positive change in our communities and pass on your abilities to other.
But this is what's left. I think there are 3 areas where there's room for improvement, and we need you, young people of the continent, to take that forward. I think this year, the 25 years of Beijing is called Generation Equality, because it's also the opportunity for us to pass the baton to the young people to take this forward. For me, I will summarize it in the 3 R's. And the 3 R's are rights, representation, and resources.
Our Africa family, it's yeah, we don't need to go to Europe to find ourselves. The academy offered that to us. Of course, with COVID, you couldn't go on Erasmus, but just that realization that there are like-minded people who feel just as passionate as you about a united Africa. Africa has so many possibilities, our richness in not only natural resources, but human capital, and we can make it work.
It is indeed a journey that I would say it has made a difference in my life, and I would look forward to even more engagements for young people.
This experience, as other people and participants have said, it was really eye-opening, and it also, reminded us of our purpose.
It has been a short journey in the 2063 Academy 2nd edition, yet very transformative and eye-opening journey.
As young Africans, we have the responsibility to just build the future.
So I would like to thank our dear participants for being there today. As discussed during this first session, we had the opportunity to see what are the main African Union reforms in terms of capitalization, in terms of financial reforms, in terms of sustainability and the vision of the African Union to create social and economic wealth here in Africa. And then what are the main objectives of having a 10-year implementation agenda or programs that aim to allow the African community to create and publish a long-term vision here in Africa. And then what are the main monitoring and evaluation framework and how we can monitoring the indicators. And we saw that African Union worked a lot on youth engagement and gender equity and to have equitable communities for women and men, and of course the youth community. Then maybe some of you have some remarks, and I will ask to our dear participants to introduce briefly themselves and to let us know where are they from. Briefly, if you can say this to us, please. Please raise your hands for everyone. Okay. Amina or maybe Butaina. Maybe they are too. Yes, Fatoumata from Gambia. We need to see the diversity, and today you express that you are curious, you are involved in the development here in Africa. So please show us some reactivity. Yeah. Amina, please, would you please introduce yourself? Okay.
Thank you for giving me the floor to speak. So my name is Amina, and I'm from Algeria. I'm with Exidor. Any other questions? So yes, concerning the agenda for 2063, I am curious and I am motivated to work on it. Let's see, it was mind-blowing actually that so many reforms are going to be happening in Africa soon. And any other questions that I might okay, so I think everyone is focusing on the chat. But yes, once again, as I said, I am motivated to work on it, and so are my colleagues. And yeah, that will be all for now.
Thank you, Amina. Yes. Thank you, Amina. Go. Okay. 10 minutes left. Okay.
Is it my turn, Sukaina?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I heard you call me. I was saying I'm here, but my mic was muted. My name is Fatmata Javi. I'm from the Gambia originally, but I am here in Morocco. I just completed my studies in bachelor's in public law. And today I am representing my organization called Gambians for Gambia, a platform, a youth platform that is trying to give back to our country, you know, in various areas and you know, everything coming from our own pockets, you know, funding our activities. So today I'm representing Gambians for Gambia. Concerning the 2063 agenda, I was part of the 2063 Academy last year, and it was a fruitful event, and it was amazing. I got to learn a lot. I met so many people from everywhere. You can feel the unity and solidarity of the African youth. You know that we have the passion and the vision to see our continent move further. The only thing that we need is the right people in higher positions that need to push us to the right direction, which is in terms of the different sectors that need to be invested in. So I am passionate about the 2063 agenda. I want to play my quota. A lot of youths do, but some are confused to where to start, as in where to start, what to do. But all of us want the same thing, to see Africa develop, to see the African youth, you know, reaching their highest potential. So yeah, I am really excited to be a part of this training session, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
That sounds great. Thank you so much for being there once again. Like you are a part of the 2063 Academy family, and we are pleased to have you once again. That show us that we should and we must keeping the work on the agenda and popularizing the agenda for other youth communities. So thank you, and maybe okay, Mr. Simon maybe is back to continue the session on the orientation on data entry, analysis, and visualization templates. Mr. Simon.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good. I don't know if it's good morning to some of you, good afternoon to a couple of you. And thank you for the morning session, quite informative. We draw a lot of energies and inspiration from the remarks, the questions, the advice that we have received from Amina, Fatmata, Hatim himself, and all the others. We truly treasure that. We would want to provide a very short insight into the tool that we use for data entry, analysis, visualization, and ultimately that informs the reporting processes. We do this for one main reason, and I think Fatmata alluded to this: how can we get a critical mass of the African citizens around Agenda 2063 without being spectators, but being active participants. And one of the ways of being active is to have a very good grip on the handle, to have a good traction of what the agenda is, have a good insight into what it entails, and those were the programs, the processes, the reforms, and so on, having a fairly good idea what is happening, and then ultimately following up on the decisions, on the results, and indeed on those milestones that have been stipulated. So we use a template which has been designed in Excel but has been digitized, and my colleague Abiola will be providing the digital side of it. But we are essentially providing this synopsis of the Excel template for purposes of you having a clear understanding, just so that when you are getting involved either in the actual data management or in the validation of the country reports, you have an idea of what is contained therein. You have a fairly good idea what is contained in that reporting process. So that's the reason we are sharing with you this. So advise me, Madam Program Director, if you can see my screen on your side. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hatim. Okay, so essentially, and I'm going to be pretty fast because this is very much giving you a synopsis of what it is rather than going deep dive into it. So it is constructed around the same configuration of Agenda 2063. So you have the set of, the set of aspirations, the 7 aspirations. You have the 20 goals. You have the priority areas, the set of targets, and the indicators. And I will be expanding that in a moment. Okay. So, but it has been designed to be managed by the member states. So each of the member states should be able to find their slot here. So Gambia, Kenya, and so on and so forth. So it's for every member state. Okay, so I'll then expand just so that we get into a little bit of the nitty-gritty. I hope it is a little better on your side now. So what happens is for us to capture the progress and performance, and again, I think it was Fatmata that alluded to that, it's good to have an idea of the progress, but it's equally important for us to have a good assessment of the performance. In other words, where were you when you started? Where had you planned to be by 2021? And where are you at 2021? And it begs the issue of accountability. It begs the issue of, making sure that there is value for money for, resources that we are having. So again, how it's constructed is we have all the 7 aspirations, all the 20 goals, but based on what Madam Josephine mentioned, that out of the 249 indicators in the first 10-year implementation plan, 70 indicators have been selected. And these 70 are what we are calling core indicators. So we have a set of 70 core indicators to which all the 55 AU member states are requested to report against every 2 years. It's a biennial basis. Every 2 years, all the 55 are asked as a bare minimum to report against 70 core indicators. And then we have custom indicators, those that might not be part of the 70, but they may be relevant to a particular country. When it comes to tourism, it's extremely relevant for Botswana. But tourism may not be very relevant, maybe, I'm just giving this, may not be as very relevant to maybe Morocco. Maybe, I'm just giving that as an example. So there are those custom indicators, and member states are free to continue reporting on them, but it's optional. But the 70 are indicators that we are all expected to report against. So the 70 were picked out of 28 priority areas. Remember, we said that Agenda 2063 has 39 priority areas, but the core indicators were selected from 28. So the template then features 28 priority areas, not 39. So incomes, jobs, and decent work, poverty, inequality, and hunger, education, science, technology, and so on and so forth, health and nutrition. So those are the indicators which are in column B. So column B is giving us that set of 28 core indicators. Now, the technical working group then took the liberty to assign weights each of the 28, and we will assign equal weights. Evidently, that could be faulted to say some priority areas are more important than others, but we thought for a start, because that discussion needed a lot of consultation with various experts, we just accorded equal weighting. and hence the weight of 3.6, 3.6, 3.6 for each of the 28 priority areas. 3.6, it's 100 divided by 28, which comes to about 3.5 something, and you round it off to 3.6. We use the same principle when it came to the targets. So this particular indicator, particular priority area, has two targets. So it is increasing per capita income as well as reducing unemployment. Now, because they are two, we divided the weight of 3.6 by 2, and you get 1.8, 1.8. Where there are 3 targets under a priority area, it is 3.6 divided by 3, which comes to 1.2, 1.2, 1.1. Where there are 4, like this one here, you again divide the 3.6 by 4, and you get 0.9. So those are the weights that are attached. The same principle can be extended to the indicators. Most of the targets have one indicator, but there are a few targets where there are more than one, indicator. So in places where it's one indicator per target, the indicator carries the same weight as the target. So it's 1.8, 1.8. But in places, for example, increased access and use of electricity and internet by at least 50%, there are 3 indicators. There's indicator on households with access to electricity, population with access to internet, population using internet. So we divided the 0.9 by 3, and hence 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3. So that is the construction, but very much aligned to the nomenclature of the state implementation plan. So as far as column A up to G is concerned, we realize that this is just the same thing as the first 10-year implementation plan. Now, the actual assessment, which lends itself to performance assessment, starts from column H up to column P. So under column H and I, we then ask ourselves, what is the current value and what is the best value? So under, for example, the real GDP per capita, what was the value in 2013, or the nearest data point, if there is no data for 2013, but there is data for 2012 or 2011 or 2014, pick up that data and put it in there. And what is the data, what is the current value as at 2021? Or the nearest data point. You may not have data for 2021 because we are still in August. Some of these parameters, data is only available in December or even January the following year. So you may not have that, but you have data for 2020 or for 2019. Pick up that data and enter it in there. So these figures, and these are the 2 most important columns, column H and column I, provide us with the rest of the calculation. And allow me explain the rest of the calculation based on some hypothetical examples. I'll pencil in some hypothetical just to explain the point. So let's see, imagine that the best value for country X, hypothetically, the per capita income, real GDP rather, was 650, just for argument's sake. The moment you put 650, it will calculate and tell you that what are you expected to be at by 2021. So if you are at 650, column L tells you that you should have gone very close to the target of at least 30% increase. So it goes back the target, at least 30% target. You should be standing at a certain figure there. Let me minimize this. Okay, so you should be at 806. If, for example, you were at 1,000 instead of 650, it tells you that by 2021 you should be at 240 because you are 8 years into the 10-year cycle. knowing very well that by the full 10-year cycles, you should have increased by at least 30%. In other words, this figure should be 1,300 because 30% of 1,000 is 300. So it is 300 plus 1,000, you would get 1,300. But since we are not yet at 2023, we are at 2021. We have moved 8 years into the 10-year cycle. You are expected to be at 1,240. So these are calculated fields. Now let's put again a tentative figure that, maybe for argument's sake, you have only managed to make 1,100. So you are not yet completely there, but you have tried to move to 1,100. So this puts you at 42%. In other words, you are a little off track. You are not exactly on track. You are 42% on target. Let's take another example of unemployment. So unemployment, remember the indicator is reading unemployment, not employment. So let's imagine that unemployment rates in that country, country X, maybe stood at 47 for argument's sake. So once you say you are at 47, it tells you that by 2021, you should have reduced unemployment by 25% in 2023. So as of 2021, you are expected to be reporting at least 37.6. At least 37.6. Now let's imagine that you did fairly well, but maybe not very well. You managed to reduce unemployment to 41, again for argument's sake, 41%. So it tells you that actually, instead of being at 36, you are at 41, and you are kind of on track, 64% on track, but not really there. You are 64%, slightly better than the other one. Now, how these others are calculated, the indicator performance will tell you that if the indicator is in positive perspective, increase real GDP, increase enrollment, increase access to, then it is the current value minus the base value. So it is in this case 1,100 minus 1,000. So you find 100 there. But where the indicator is phrased as negative, reduce unemployment, reduce proportion of population with hunger, then it is the other way around, is base value minus the current value. So it is 47 minus 6, 47, excuse me, minus 41, which comes to 6%. The expected increase would be this figure, once you put in the base value, minus the current value, and it will give you, so it's 1,200 minus that one, 37 minus this, or the other one minus the other, since it is in the negative perspective. So this is how these are calibrated across and across. So let's just take one more example, and then we take it up maybe from here. Let's just do education, for example. Enrollment rates of pre-primary school children. Let's imagine the base value. Base value may be enrollment pre-primary. Maybe it was very poor. It is 25%. It will tell you that by 2021, excuse me, you're meant to be at 65%. But let's imagine that for argument's sake, you've managed to do fairly well, and maybe you're at 56%. So it tells you that you are actually fairly on track. You are 78% on track. For basic enrollment rates, let's imagine that maybe you stood at 76%, argument's sake, but you managed to increase it just a little. So once you put in 76, it will tell you that by 2021, you should be standing at 95%. Why? Because by 2023, enrollment at basic level should be 100%. But by 2021, you should be reporting 95%. So let's imagine you've managed to make to 89%, just as an example. So it tells you that you are 68% on target. Number of qualified teachers and so on. So let's imagine, since this is number, let's imagine as a proportion that maybe 87% of your teachers were qualified in 2013, and maybe you have maintained the same 87, or you've gone to maybe just 89, just an example. It tells you where you're standing. Secondary school enrollment, maybe you stood at 54, and you have now gone up maybe to 78. So the parameter here under M is giving you how you are standing, and this is the performance that I think Fatmata alluded to. How do we keep track of how we are performing? And then you drill down to say, but why are we performing the way we are performing? Why not better? Or what are the triggers of success? What are the challenges? What are the lessons learned? What are the best practices we can, draw from, and so on and so forth. And then the calibration gives us an indication of how we are performing in an indexed priority dashboard. So the example we gave here, the hypothetical one, it already did some algorithms behind there, and it provided us with a sense that for priority area under incomes, jobs, and unemployment, incomes, jobs, and decent work, we are at 53%. So a dashboard has been calibrated to be able to provide a synthesis, a quick synopsis of how we are doing at that level. And we pitched it at that level because the policy makers, the decision makers, the parliamentarians, the ministers, heads of state may not be able to go through each of the 70 indicators, but they can spend time to quickly look at this dashboard, which is espousing the 28 priority areas, and should be able to say, okay, for yellow, that is okay, but red, what is causing this red? What is causing the problem there? How can we improve? What are the issues there? So it has been couched around the priority areas, but that does not stop the technical people from having insights into, the performance by target, the performance by indicator. They can always drill down because the template allows for that. The second thing we are saying is that it then calibrates the performance at goal level and ultimately at aspiration level and overall as a country. So whatever you pencil in, you could see these figures keep changing over and over again. Now, why we wanted again to share this with you especially is that even if, say, you've not been involved in the data collection and the entry of the data, already this dashboard gives you an indication of where to start from as, part of the citizens that are following up on how well and how far your country is implementing, embracing, domesticating, internalizing, mainstreaming Agenda 2063 into its national development priorities and plans. But more importantly, much more importantly, giving the explanation. Why is it that we are doing very well when it comes to unemployment? What are those triggers? What are those facilitating factors? Oh, there was, policy enforcement when it came to, targeting the vulnerable groups and introducing technical vocational education for the vulnerable, and maybe that boosted employment. There has been dedicated attention paid to skills transfer among, and so on and so forth. So one or two elements that will be penciled in here as the key explanation behind this pattern. The same thing should happen for areas where it is weak, to say, but what is causing the weak performance? So under remarks, the countries are expected to provide an explanation how they are performing in that regard. So we think that as the youth, I think it would be important as your member states provide, generate the reports which are meant to be submitted by 31st August. Hopefully they will, otherwise there might be a grace period. We are asking ourselves how the country has performed and what are some of those factors. So you may want to serve as that external eye, that third party that wants to interrogate, to vet, to validate, to look at this and say, is this the way it should be? So I think that will help in terms of, ensuring that our reports have gone through due diligence. And hopefully by the time they get to the member states AU Summit, they will have gone through a number of alterations. Madam Program Director, I want to submit and leave it here for now. We are going to share again this template. You can always play with it. We have shared this template with all the member states, and we are following them up. The government, mainly government ministries responsible for planning, finance, and economic development, who are leading on this and making sure that the data is populated. And then the narrative reports are drawn largely from the remarks section and these analysis sections. Allow me end here, Madam Program Director. Over to you. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Simon, again for the clarification. And then yet we saw that we have core documents that allow us to monitor our efforts to implement the agenda. Maybe let's have some, if someone have a question to our dear Simon about the several elements discussed during this session. Please raise your hand. It's maybe this part was kind of technical side of the agenda. It's about data and how we can collect and analyze the data. So maybe it's kind of technical side. If someone have any question, please go ahead. Or maybe let's move to the next part, which about the orientation on the agenda and how we can use the digital platform to engage the effort.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. And it's a continuation of this. Honestly, it is about graduating from the manual Excel template to a digital platform, but adding some functionalities. And without further ado, I want to request my colleague Abiola, I hope she's online, to kindly walk us through the digital platform. Abiola, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Simon, and good afternoon, everyone. As my colleague Simon presented earlier on the methodology, on the approach, on the template, on how the next progress report is being developed, I will do a very practical session on an interactive version of the first continental progress report, and will be sharing my screen in this regard. Unfortunately, I'm seeing a bit of a challenge. I hope my screen is visible. Are you able to see my screen? Could
yes.
You kindly confirm?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So this is the digital dashboard on Agenda 2063, and you can visit it by going to www.nepad.org/agenda-dashboard. And as I mentioned, this is a digital version of the first continental progress report. And when you go to the dashboard, it allows you to do very comprehensive data analysis, data visualization, looking at the 7 aspirations, at the 20 goals, but also looking at the continental level, the regional level, and the member states level. And I will do a very practical demonstration on how the dashboard works. So as I mentioned, this is basically a snapshot of the first Continental Progress Report. And as you can see here in the top right corner, the continent received an overall score of 33%, which depicts, as according to the traffic light system Simon presented, a very moderate progress. But if we now drill it down, we can also look at the 7 aspiration. So if I click on aspiration number 1, we can see the score changes to 31%. Aspiration number 1 refers to a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Aspiration number 2 is about an integrated continent, and you can see now the color change to yellow, where we see a moderate progress standing at 44%. When it comes to aspiration number 3, an Africa of good governance, you see now we are in red, we are off track because the score is only at 19%. And I would like to also highlight aspiration number 6, which is specifically important to us today. It's an Africa whose development is based on, is people driven, relying on the potential of the African people and youth. And here we have a score of 39%. If we go to the goal level, now you can see the dashboard changes and all the 20 goals are depicted. If I click on goal number 1, we see also moderate progress at 59%. So I really invite you to go to this dashboard and do your own analysis based on your interest and where you would like to get more information. So as I mentioned, this dashboard also allows for different visualization options. So as I scroll down, you see an interactive map of the continent. So if I hover over the darker shaded countries, you can see that for Mali, we have 12% overall score, Nigeria 13%, Sudan 24%. So the countries that submitted their progress reports are featured in this digital interactive map, and you can explore it. We also have an option of a spider chart, and the spider chart allows us to see, okay, the continent is leading towards these aspirations where the continent is doing a bit better. So for instance, for aspiration number 2, an integrated continent, we have 44%, and aspiration number 4, where the continent received the highest score, it's 47%. Or aspiration number 6, which follows aspiration number 4, standing at 39%. We also have an option of a tree view, as you can see, as well as a bar view. So now that we looked at the continental progress, we can also drill it down at member state level. So if I click on the member state scores, so you can see that Rwanda achieved an overall score of 73%, is one of the top performing countries, followed by Senegal standing at 65%, and Ethiopia standing at 60%. So as I mentioned, you can now look at all the different member states that submitted their reports and how well they're doing in terms of progress. At the regional level, let's say I'm clicking on North Africa. We can also look at the regional score that North Africa achieved. So going to the top, so North Africa achieved an overall score of 39%, so doing slightly better than the continental score, which achieved 33%. So let's say now that I have looked at the regional level, I still want to also go a bit more specific at a member state country level. And again, for demonstration purposes, I'm selecting Algeria. So here we also look at the performance of Algeria. You see this is the tree bar view where you can look that Algeria achieved 100% in terms of peaceful and secure Africa, 75% in terms of Africa based on an Africa that is people driven, etc. So now let's say I would like to compare Algeria with other countries, because I would like to zoom into specific member states I'm interested in. So this tool also allows for data comparison. So if I click here on the button, compare, now I can select the countries I would like to compare Algeria with. So let's say for Southern Africa, I select the Seychelles, West Africa, Senegal, Chad for Central Africa. Now I have to scroll down. Another country for North Africa, let's say Egypt, and another country for East Africa, Ethiopia. So now that I have selected 5 other countries and I click here on submit, so now I can compare the results achieved by Algeria in comparison to the member states that I just selected. So you can see that Senegal is performing slightly better, and when you look at the different aspirations in comparison to Algeria, followed by Ethiopia, and then Algeria is 3rd in terms of the goals. But also you can see that Algeria received the highest score in terms of a peaceful and secure Africa, together with Senegal, as well as goal number 6 in Africa, who's people-driven, also performing quite well in comparison to other member states that I selected. So this is just a very practical and quick demonstration on the dashboard. But the reason why this dashboard was established to provide another tool that allows for very specific data analysis based on your needs and interest to look at how well the continent performed, and as mentioned at the different levels from continental, regional to national level. So we launched this dashboard last year at the African Union Heads of State Summit. And since then, we have upgraded this dashboard and digitized the data entry template that was presented by my colleague Simon earlier. So the reason being is that while the data was provided by the member states, we said it is very important that also the member states own this process of publishing and being in charge of their own data, also for this digital dashboard. So in this regard, we have digitized the dashboard, and I'm logging in to provide a demonstration on how it works. So now this is, and very important to mention, the data that I'm now showcasing you is really placeholder data, hypothetical data, but this training will be delivered to all the member states to manage their own dashboards. So let's say I have logged in as Kenya. So Simon Kasira is now hypothetically a representative of Kenya. So you can see this dashboard is specific to Kenya. So only the representatives assigned by the governments will be able to access this dashboard and publish their data. So let's say I as Kenya would like to now publish the data for this year. So I'm going to the year. And we have also, what we have done, we have populated the dashboard with some hypothetical data. So you will see that just shortly. So now for the year 2022, I would like to provide the data for aspiration number 1, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth. I select the aspiration. I select the goal, a high standard of living, as well as the priority area that will follow, incomes, jobs, and decent work. So as I do this, you see this matrix pops up, which is basically the same Excel template, but digitized. So now I would like to provide the specific data for the target, increase the 2013 per capita income by at least 30%. I'm using the GDP as my indicator, and the value will be in dollars. So I can provide the base value. Let's say the GDP stood at $1,700, and my current value is, let's say, 1,900. And I'm also going to put the date, today's date, the data source, OECD, let's say, the year when it was published, and maybe some remarks. So you can see that the color code changed from red to yellow. So moderate progress has been made based on the baseline value from 2013. So if I, let's say, increase the value, let's say to 2,200, the color code will be changing most likely to green. Let's wait a second. You see, yes, now it has changed to green because our baseline value has been increased in order to meet the target as agreed, and therefore your color code is green. So if we do the same exercise for the unemployment rate, which is supposed to be reduced by at least 25%, and our indicator is by age group and by sex, our unit is as percentage. Let's say the base value was, let's say the base was 2.8. Now we have achieved 3. We will also look at, so the base value has not been reduced. So you see we are in red, and we also can put in the data. So once this has been populated by the country representative, it is being sent to the country head. Reason being is that the data has to be officially signed off by the country, high-level country representative to make sure all is in order. So once me as a data analyst have entered the data, I then submit it to the country head. And from here, the country head will review my data, sign it off, and then it is being sent to the regional economic community representative. So for Kenya, it is the EAC to do the final publishing. Once that is done, the data that I have inputted will be published in real time, and then the dashboard that I demonstrated just earlier will be updated with that real-time data. So, Madam Chair, thank you very much for your time, and I would be happy to answer questions with regards to the digital dashboard. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, dear Abiola. It was a pleasure to hear this insightful information from you. As dear Abiola requests, please, if you have any specific questions, please, the floor is yours. Just raise your hand. Yes, Kisima. Kisima, dear Kisima, yes.
Good day to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes,
thank you very much, Madam Chair. And also I thank the current host, rather the presenter and the previous ones. Thank you all. My question is, Africa is a country that, when it comes to collecting data, is lagging behind. How should we trust these informations that we will later on see at the regional levels submitted by the heads? How should we trust them that they are correct values?
We lost you, dear Kisima.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
I said Africa is a country that, when it comes to collecting data, we are lagging behind. And from what I know is these data are collected by different ministries, and then later on the ministers will submit it to the head, and then the head will verify it and then submit it to the regional level. So my question is, how should we trust these values when it comes to doing our personal studies and then trying to use the data? How should we trust them? Madam Chair.
Yes, dear Kisera, you're asking about the inclusion of the several partners in the data collection.
Yes.
Is it okay?
I think it's also the credibility. Okay, sorry. But there is another hand anyway. We will answer that. I think it's talking about the credibility, the validity,
exactly,
and how reliable the data is. that will be reported at the Head of State Summit.
Exactly.
A very valid question. Yeah, but Madam, there's another hand, so I'll leave that to you, please.
My connection is bad, so maybe I didn't see the other hand.
There's a hand from Chatbri.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you, dear Simon, for facilitating.
Jawahir, your microphone is on. Yes.
Okay,
If you can speak up, please.
Okay, I can speak up. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I was listening to the presentation that we had, and I have the same question that our colleague is asking about is the data, how we can use the data in a good way, and it is credible or not, which I suggest that we can do like cooperation between our stakeholders and the youth in Africa, so we can have the good data and the credible data, and also we can do mapping. I mean, youth can do mapping in their regions, so they can collect a credible data and a correct data, so we can speak up and we can have the right solutions for the problem that we had in Africa. I don't know about that, but what I suggest is like a global mapping to each region in Africa. So which is going to be credible, and it's going to be like a cooperation between ONGs and stakeholders in each country. And I think that every country in Africa has a different situation and different problem that to deal with. So mapping is going to solve this issue in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Jawahir. If we have, okay, I think that was the two questions. Dear Simon, or maybe dear Abiola, would you please have some reflection on this or request the questions? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think, Abiola, do you want to say something?
No, I was actually handing over the question to you. Thank you, Simon.
Thanks, Abiola. Thanks to, I think it was Mohammed and Chatbri for recalling these concerns. I think it's something that we cannot claim to have an answer to, but one thing that we can commit to is, as the African Union, we appreciate the role and value of data in the development narrative of Africa, and we want to re-echo the remarks of our principals that the time is now for Africa to rewrite its narrative and not for others to write their narrative. And we write our narrative based on our own data. Now, that will say we recognize the flaws, the deficiencies, the challenges of having data. So data collection, data cleansing, data sanitization, data normalization, all the way through to data entry, analysis, visualization, interpretation, reporting. There are teething problems. And as rightly mentioned, there is definitely a need to improve this area. But that will say that I think in the next presentation, we are going to provide some initial thoughts on what it is that we could do. And I like the suggestion by Madame Chatbri, which has actually been already highlighted in the next presentation, doing a mapping of what data exists where, and how do we harvest that data in a very structured, systematic manner. So whether it's census data, survey data, or even administrative data. forgive the background noise. Apologies for that. If the program director will allow, we could get into the next presentation, which actually is speaking to some of the issues that have been raised. Yes. So also to redeem time.
That would be great to move to the next presentation, so we can have a clear idea about the question was requested, please. Dear Simon, it's up to you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll do precisely that. Let me just share my screen, and kindly let me know if you can see my screen on your side. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet, but I think it will be shareable in few
I'm
seconds.
sure it is securing a visa to come to Morocco. It's not easy to get to Morocco. So
Yes, indeed. So yeah, we are seeing your screen.
Oh, now you see that. Are you able to see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Fantastic. So we now want to graduate from the number crunching into the narrative report that the member states then present to the AU and to their respective regional economic communities. Our experience in the first iteration is that the reports are usually not long. They might be about 9 to 16 pages long. There's no magic figure around that, but the principle behind is let them be short, concise, and analytical. So over and above being very heavy, they need to be analytical. So the reports, the reporting process here, we want to just reiterate that it's anchored on the resolve of the African Union, very much in line, by the way, with the AU reform processes, to be results oriented, that whatever we do, there should be a strategic orientation. There should be a clear line of sight of what results we hope to achieve in the short, in the medium, in the long term. And then 3, there should be implementation and governance arrangements that would enable us to unpack that strategic orientation, the decisions, the policy, regulatory aspects, and translate it into the results in a very respectful, very involving manner which is inclusive. So the purpose of the reports is ultimately to foster this whole notion of reflection, review, peer learning, mutual accountability, dialogue, replanning in a very inclusive manner, guided by the aspirations, the goals, the targets of Agenda 2063. We also then emphasize, and again, we are sharing this with you just so that when you get the report to your respective countries, you have an idea of what to expect out of the report. So the report should espouse a notion of empirical assessment, analytical assessment, like we said, of where you were in 2013, which was the best value, the best year, when Agenda 2063 was commissioned, where you are expected to be at 2021, and where you are at. And based on that, to identify those triggers of success, the key challenges, the best practices, the lessons learned, and so on and so forth. So empirical assessment of the reports would be critical. Evidently, no country would be expected to report against all the 28 priority areas and all the 20 goals and all the targets. No. So select a few and focus on that. Select a few good ones and a few weak ones and present that. And I'll be giving an example of that. Like I said before, the reports are largely derived from the Excel template or from the digital platform that Abiola has just mentioned, and clearly picking the narrative from the remarks section, but also doing a lot of analysis between the current value, the base value, and the performance rating in the other columns that we showed. We are also then emphasizing the point that Madam Chadri and Mohammed, I think, have just re-echoed, the need for validation, validation, validation. Whatever data that is presented from a country needs to have undergone a lot of due diligence, vetting, review, validation before it comes to the regional economic community and to the AU. And we encourage the use of different platforms across the spectrum. Again, like was mentioned by Madam Chatri, the different countries have different structures. There are countries that have sector working groups in agriculture, in forestry, in fisheries, in, they use some of those platforms to validate data which is specifically around their themes. But other countries even have high level where the maybe bureaus of statistics will pick up a number of stakeholders, both government, but also private sector, civil society, to come and validate some of the data and so on. But the bottom line is, let the data that has been entered into that template, which is informing the construction of the narrative report, let it be validated. Let it be validated. Okay. So critical and fundamental as we construct the second biennial report is the fact that everything starts and usually ends up with the country processes. So whatever we are doing at continental and regional should be supporting the processes in the member states, strengthen their planning capacities, their monitoring, their reporting, their data entry, data analysis, and data reporting processes. The question that was asked is still very fundamental. There is no panacea, there is no magic wand to solving Africa's data problems. But the one thing we should commit ourselves to is to work in and walk in a structured and coherent manner towards strengthening the capacities of the member states. It starts right there, even before we talk of capacities of regional bodies and AU bodies. We need to build capacities at the national level in that regard. Now, the process of preparing the reports follows about 8 steps. I hasten to add, while presented in a linear manner, it may not be linear. It's definitely not linear. It would be iterative in a way. But for purposes of presentation, we have presented them as 8 linear steps. The first step is to collect and curate data on the core indicators of Agenda 2063. And that was the point that I think Jeffrey was mentioning. Doing a mapping, understanding out of these 70 indicators, where do we get the data from? So where do we get data on environment? Where are we getting data on child nutrition? Where are we going to get data on education? Where are we going to get data on agriculture? Based on 70 indicators, do a clear mapping within the country and across. Some of that data, as I said, could be census data or survey data, which could be in your bureaus of statistics, but other data could be, administrative data in ministries, departments, agencies. Other data could actually be in other databases, such as OECD, maybe, or World Bank, or the SDG. If you have written reports on the VNR, voluntary national reports, voluntary national review reports, you could glean data from there. The principle is, whichever data you have from whichever source, it needs to undergo the due diligence processes of validation. Validation will always be critical. Sanitize the data, normalize the data, cleanse it up before it is entered. So the next thing then is enter the data into the data entry template, which we showed. Be it the digital or the manual, and then 3 in the remarks section, make sure that you explain why the variance between what was expected and what is. then hold preferably national level stakeholder sessions to validate the data which has been entered there. And 5, then come up with a brief narrative report, which will then be explaining some of the patterns behind this data. 6, once the narrative report is ready, again, bring that report up to certain platforms and let it be interrogated again from, a very analytical point of view. And once you're very sure that, you have all your ducks in a row, you can always submit the data, submit your report. But the report needs to be submitted by a high-level official. In our first iteration, it was usually permanent secretaries in the Ministries of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development, or better still, ministers. So it is high level. Why we insist on this is that when the reports are presented at the AU Summit, we do not want to get to a point where the reports are contested, where the heads of state will question, where did you get that data? Who gave you that report? If it is under an official signature, that helps to cut that out. So what have we done as the technical working group to aid that process? One is we have developed those sets of standard tools, like Madame Josephine said, standardization is the name of the game. It allows for comparison, it allows for benchmarking, it allows for peer learning, and indeed peer support. So we've done that, and these tools have been validated by different stakeholders. The Statistics Network of Africa has done that. The Ambassadorial Committee, the Ministerial Committee on Agenda 2063, they have approved and said, we could start with these tools. They may not be perfect. There's no perfect tool anyway, but let's start with them and let's make sure we keep improving them going forward. The third thing we've done is to run orientation sessions for the member states on the application of these tools and ultimately providing support to the member states. And that's what we are doing currently to make sure that they enter the data in the right way and they do the analysis and they put together the narrative report in a very structured manner, in a manner that will allow for, knowledge exchange, peer learning, and indeed peer support from one another. The last thing then we shall do as AUD, NEPAD, AUC, and other technical working group members is to get hold of the member states' reports, and we do a deep analysis to come up with the continental level report that will be presented at the margins of the AU Summit in February 2022. When we had a discussion with Mr. Hatim, the CEO, Atlas for Development, we said, can we work towards having the youth maybe in Morocco or North Africa, or better still continentally, to say they come up with some policy recommendations based on the reports of their respective countries. They may come up with 2, 3, 4 key policy recommendations around specific areas that would aid the decision makers in mapping out ways of accelerating the implementation of Agenda 2063. Now, that would require that you are very keen to follow up on the process, how it is evolving, and essentially make sure that you can give policy alternatives of what is currently happening in a very sober and a very meticulous manner that would be appealing to the stakeholders. So presenting you with this cycle is essentially giving you some insights into what areas you can latch into and pick up certain 2, 3 cogs that you'd want then to, profile in your recommendations if that comes to happen. And we are really working towards that, the youth are featured at the margins of the AU Summit as the Continental Report is being presented. Now, the structure of the report, one is a brief of the socio-economic status of the country, essentially featuring the strategic orientation of the country, what are the major 3, 4, 5 things that the country is placing emphasis on. And they vary from country to country. The second thing is the strategies that the country is using to embrace Agenda 2063 in its planning and implementation cycle. Again, as Fatmata said, truth be told, there is very little awareness of Agenda 2063 in our member states. This we need to be very, very sincere with ourselves. And we need to ask ourselves, how best can we popularize? How best can we ensure that this agenda eventually is situated in the homes of the African people, in the planning apparatus, at the village level, at district level, at county, at province, at the very lower levels, subnational levels? That is critical. So what methods, what strategies, what tools are you using to internalize, to mainstream, and indeed to domesticate Agenda 2063 into the country's apparatus? The third element, which is the biggest element in the report, is providing an analysis of not just how far you have gone, but how well you are implementing the Agenda 2063 based on the set of goals and targets that are stipulated in the FASTEN implementation plan, and then and also calibrated in that template that we just showcased. So in this particular tenet, we recommend that there are 3 broad facets to it. The first one, to look out for those areas where you feel you have made very good progress. And evidently, when you look at the dashboard, it will give you those areas where you are in green, you're doing really well. So areas where significant progress has been registered, and we give a hypothetical example here. The proportion of households with access to electricity increased from 43% in 2013 to 75% in 2020. And this was attributed to the rural electrification program that was rolled out. Now we make mention of this because we want to pull out 3 or 4 things. One is that we are reporting against the 70 core indicators of Agenda 2063. You're talking about access to electricity. So it is within that. Number 2, you are then saying it's not just going to be rhetoric, it's not just going to be a narrative without any analysis. You are saying there has been an increase from 43% to 75% in 2020. And then you are going ahead to provide a quick explanation of what factors have facilitated that increase. It could be 1 or 2 or 3 major factors. So a succinct way of being analytical in terms of the trends and patterns that have been reflected in the data capture. The same with the GDP, again, a very hypothetical example. Real GDP per capita increased from 50% from a value of 1,200 registered in 2013. This was because of, the Big Four agenda, which provided impetus in the manufacturing sector, thereby impacting real GDP. Or it could be anything else, what helped to boost GDP per capita. We know some of these indicators are, they are indexed, they are aggregate indicators, which require several interventions, but you pull out 2, 3 key things that you think would be the reasons behind that pattern. In the same manner, you may want to talk about areas where progress has been slow. So the first one, areas where significant improvement was made, but in the same vein, share with us areas where things slow progress has been made. And in the same manner, again, exactly the same, we'll just pick one example here. Percentage of population with access to safe drinking water fell short of the 2020 target of 80%. Because once you put in the base value, it will tell you where you are meant to be by 2020 or 2021. So you are then measuring yourself against your target. Even before you start comparing yourself with other countries or with the continental target, you compare yourself against your own target. Where are you standing vis-a-vis where you are meant to be in 2021? And you may then want to give the explanation why the percentage fell instead of increasing the proportion of people who have access to safe drinking water. Okay. The third element is areas where support is required, and some of this could draw from the areas where progress has been slow, but it might as well be in other areas. And we are going to give an example of that. The fourth area is challenges and opportunities, key lessons learned. And I hasten to add here that this also includes the issues of how COVID-19 pandemic has impacted on the socio-economic landscape of the countries. And my sister Abiola will be speaking to this, looking at the legal and institutional arrangements, how they have been impacted, looking at the kind of measures, disease prevention and containment measures, fiscal and monetary measures, and the whole issue around, the fiscal, the social measures that have been put in place to contain the things, such as maybe lockdowns and so on and so forth. That needs to be captured as well, and my sister will be speaking to that. And lastly, conclusions and the annex. So an example of and this will be my last, I'll be quick through this, an example of the country report. We take the example of Botswana. And this is a concrete example. It's not hypothetical. This was the exam. This was the report of Botswana that was submitted to the AU Summit in 2020 February. And what Botswana is saying is that it has registered an overall score of 28%. Not a very good score, but partly, again, I hasten to say partly, because of some of the lack of data. Again, going back to what Mohammed and Chatbri mentioned, data is a problem. The tool is constructed in such a manner that if you don't enter data, by default, it will give you a 0, or it will punish you. And we are trying to make sure that we sustain this, because only then shall we be able to address our challenge of data. So let's face it, data is a problem. So overall score 28. In some aspirations it did very well, in others it didn't very well. But that is how it's scored at aspiration level. And now at goal level, we again realize there are some goals it performed really well. There are others it performed moderate. There are others where it performed really poorly. And a number of goals, it had zeros. Most of these zeros, frankly speaking, do not mean Botswana is doing nothing when it comes to goal 12 or goal 5, but it just means it did not enter data for that particular goal. It's also quite understandable that the first iteration, member states were given only, I think, only 4 weeks to do this whole exercise, and it was extremely tight. So they didn't have a lot of time to collect that data. But this time around, we are hoping that it will be a little better. It will not be definitely 100%, but there is a bit of more time, a bit of more reflections, a bit of more consultations within and between the member states, and as well a bit of support, further support that is coming in from the technical working group. And then they pulled out 3 areas of major achievements. One was, in secondary school education enrollments, where they stood at 93% on the target. So they almost hit the target for 2019. They did very, very well. In terms of HIV/AIDS infections, they were drastically reduced from 27.4 in 2013 to about 4% in 2019. That is worth celebrating, as well as the population with access to internet, which increased drastically. Again, you realize the notion of empirical assessment rather than just generic sweeping statements comes to bear. They also then mentioned areas where the progress has been slow. They mentioned 4 broad areas. Manufacturing value add to GDP has reduced instead of increasing. The tourism contribution to GDP, and Botswana with tourism, That is a big, big issue. There has been a reduction instead of an increase. Mortality rates among the under 5s has increased, actually has doubled, and the real GDP growth rate has dropped from 11% in 2013 to 4.5% in 2018, which is something to worry about. Then lastly, areas of support. As you may all agree, the issue of statistics, data had to come in. They felt if we had a very robust system in the country, then at any one point T, if we are we require to write a report, that system should automatically be updating data, and we should be able to generate a report in maybe a week or two, make sure it is validated and cleansed. But that system is, the current systems need to be strengthened. They also talked about value add as a percentage of GDP, manufacturing value add. If there can be efforts, whether from UN, from AU, from the regional economic communities, or even from other member states. What have other member states done to boost manufacturing value add, the proportion of that in GDP, and efforts around reducing mortality rates among under 5 and promoting science technology innovations in Africa. And then lastly, the dashboard, which is construction. We took the example of Namibia. This is how, and this is a real example, it's not hypothetical. This is how Namibia performed. So, Madam Program Director, I beg to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Simon. Thank you so much for the information. Maybe we will leave the sessions for the lunch break, and then we will return for the two rest sessions after the lunch break, so we can go to the third part, which is the panel about the potential role of youth charters in Agenda 2063 planning and the implementation reporting. So yeah, maybe if we have two last questions, or maybe one. Yes, Fatoumata still have questions. Please go ahead, the floor is yours. Fatoumata. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Presenter, for that detailed presentation. I have a question. You spoke about, we all know that data collection in Africa is very difficult. I'll give you a little example and then I'll ask my question. When I was attending the 2063 Agenda Academy last year, I was taking part in the Model African Union, and I was trying to collect data on my country's progress in education and how they're using technology to strengthen the educational sector. And it was really difficult for me to find any concrete data. I had to search the whole night, almost 5 hours on the computer just to try and get a little data, which is showing that I'm sure it is a problem in every African country. You talked about how these countries need to follow a specific method in collecting and drawing out the reports. And then that will be later submitted to the regional bodies or even the AU. But is there an independent body of the AU that is actually verifying whether these data are actually in line with what is happening on base? And you further talked about how it was only 4 weeks. They were given 4 weeks to conduct this exercise, and we all know that is really tight. So is there any independent body that is actually verifying that they are not only putting any numbers there, but these are the actual facts? And we all know that theories don't always equate to practice. of course, there is a detailed explanation on the books and the forms of how this due process need to be taken. But we know that with the practices are totally different. You talked about how a high level official need to sign in order to put an authentication of these to these data. But we know in Africa that is not always the case. High level officials doesn't always equate to competence. We know that most officials in our government are not really competent to be there. So is that not to say that there is a highly need of an independent body from the AU to actually do these verifications? So that is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Fatoumata. Maybe dear Kisima has just a remark, and then let's request to Fatoumata question and pass to the lunch break. Thank you. Dear Kisima, please your remark so we can move to requesting to the Fatoumata question, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I believe I'm audible.
Yes,
yes, you are.
I heard the last presenter emphasizing that the Agenda 2063 is not well known in the most of the African countries, and then there is a big task in trying to get the youth know more about it. I believe from what I observed from this presentation, I don't know the capacity of the Atlas. This is my first time joining a platform of its, but I believe there should be more sensitization in bringing the youth of Africans to this platform, despite the fact that the pandemic have cause more challenges. But this is a perfect time to get youth from different parts of Africa by advertising this program very well and also by officializing in getting to different bodies like different universities in different African countries, even if at all it will be an official message to these universities and then the student bodies in these universities to at least get 5 of its students from the university to join this platform and then know what is going on, and then later they could be ambassadors of the discussion, and then they can share it with the students in the universities, different student bodies in different parts of the world studying as far as they are Africans. I believe there should be an official message to them to get 2 or 3 people from these student bodies to come and join this dialogue, and later they be ambassadors to them. Also, when it comes to I believe a message or a video format would be more helpful in getting the attraction of the youth, especially those who are studying, to join platforms like this than just sharing a flyer. And then this is my observation, and I believe that despite the pandemic continue to persist, there will be more to be done by the Atlas, and so that we can have more, instead of having 20 or 23 participants here, we have 200 and plus participants to know more about the Agenda 2063. Thank you all.
Thank you, dear Kisima. Actually, this session is the first step to continue hard work, a long way of work to indeed achieve all these elements you mentioned in your proposition. Indeed, we are looking to have this a platform that may help us to visualize and to popularize the Agenda 2063 and to understand more about it, and how as youth could help the stakeholders and other partners to make it happen. So now maybe we can have Mr. Simon, or maybe our dear Abiola or another panelist to indeed request to do Fatoumata question and to pass to the lunch break.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for these very useful remarks. I cannot agree with Fatoumata more than she has placed the point much better than I can ever do. The issues around data validity. How sure are we that what they are penciling in is the correct data? And frankly speaking, it was initially a very, very big worry. But later, kind of our worries started wearing off in the first iteration when we realized that member states were picking up, it seems like, real data where they had it. And some of it was a shock to them. And I remember this one event where one of the member states representative was entering data on education, primary education, and he was shocked to see a red color on the dashboard. Said, "No, this can't be. Why? What is wrong?" And he called back the capital. "Can you give me more data?" And they went all the way into the Bureau of Statistics. "No, let's get administrative data from Ministry of Education. No, let's do this." One of the things that we realized is that if there is some notion of validation by different stakeholders at different platforms, then there is not necessarily 100% perfection, but there is a likelihood that the data they present is relatively correct. In the event that they have done extrapolations or regression analysis, they have still taken time to think through and provide some kind of correct data. And why they do this, I think, is because at the end of the day, this report is going to be looked at by different stakeholders at different times. But that will say, the point that Fatoumata mentions is credible. At continental level, is there a mechanism of, supporting the validation of this data? Yes, it could have been authenticated by high-level minister or permanent secretary or whatever. But once it gets to the AU level, we have that mechanism. And there are discussions in that regard using different bodies, the statistics, continental bodies and others to try and see how best that can be done. But very much within the space, not so much of policing, but very much in the spirit of how do we strengthen, how do we improve, how do we enhance the capacities of member states. So a very valid point, which we shall need to continue dialoguing on. And maybe while still at that, just to remind ourselves as the youth, why we are engaging with you, the youth, is to help us to cascade some of these reports, excerpts of them. They may not be the full version, but you pick up some excerpts and you use them at the different platforms. And I think that's what Mr. Sorry, the former speaker, I forget his name. That's what he was mentioning. How do we pull this up and use it in our different platforms, in universities, at community level? How do we popularize it in a manner that is appealing, in a manner that is attractive, in a manner that is engaging, in a manner that will be, respectful to the different audiences? So a very concrete suggestion, which we are hoping that we are going to start with, or we have started with this Atlas for Development. We have a roadmap, which again, I think with the CEO at some point in time, maybe that will be shared, how best we are planning to domesticate this in our respective spaces. Madam Program Director, I wish to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Simon.
Sukaina, you're on mute.
Yes, I'm sorry. So now we can move to, thank you, Simon, for the clarification. Maybe we will have 1 hour lunch break, and then we will get back here at, no, it's 2 hours. We will get back here at 3 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we are getting back after 2 hours. We are
After
having a
2
2 hour
hours,
break.
indeed. Yeah.
Oh, 2 hour break. Okay, 2 hour break. Okay, so
If
that
it's
will
okay.
be 4, roughly 4 p.m. South Africa time. Okay, 5 p.m. Addis time.
PM? Oh, okay.
Mr. Hatim is asking 1.5 hour break.
1.5, maybe 1.5, or maybe 15 minutes. It's suitable for us. We just like ask you if it is feasible for you or not.
No, for us,
and then
we are very flexible. We are extremely flexible.
Thank you so much.
But we're also mindful about you. Maybe not to keep colleagues too long. If an hour 15 minutes is okay with you.
Yes, yeah.
I think it would be, it would be appropriate
So
for us as well.
let's get back here after 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 hour 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bon appetit.